Chapter 421. When one cultivates the stormy wave sword technique to a high level, one's sword moves will have the power of stormy waves crashing onto the shore. When one cultivates the flying fish sword technique to a high level, one will have the lightness and agility of a flying fish. These two sword moves are the embodiment of gravity and lightness. However, both of their cultivations were still shallow, and their inner energy was not dense. After exchanging more than 10 moves, their sword moves were a little messy, and they did not have the same charm as before. At this moment, Jutai's footsteps clattered. It seemed that his inner energy was insufficient, and his sword moves were also slowing down. When Yuan Guohu saw this, he took the opportunity to extend his sword and thrust it diagonally. With a piercing sound, Jutai's left arm was pierced. Blood flowed out, and it immediately dyed his purple sleeve. His family members, who were watching from behind, shouted, "Young master, be careful." Jutai gritted his teeth and retreated. He put away his sword and pressed his acupoints to stop the blood. When Yuan Guohu saw Jutai retreating, he did not chase after him. He panted and said, "Brother Ju, since you're already injured, why don't you stop now?" Jutai gritted his teeth and said, "We've only just warmed up. We don't know who will win yet." After saying that, he raised his sword and attacked again. Yuan Guohu chuckled, and the two of them started fighting again. However, Jutai was injured at this moment. His qi and blood were damaged, and he did not have enough strength. After a few rounds, it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. When Yuan Guohu saw this, he did not press him. He only guarded his position and dealt with him carefully. Zhong Xiaohua saw everything clearly from the side. If nothing unexpected happened, then Jutai would undoubtedly lose today. Even Yuan Guohu's family members looked relaxed and began to whisper among themselves. However, just when everyone thought that the outcome was about to be decided, there was a change in the arena. Jutai took a deep breath and bit the tip of his tongue. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Yuan Guokai was shocked when he saw this. He said, "Brother Ju, you don't have to do this. Even if you win, you won't be able to use your inner force for a few months. What's the use of you going to Vow City?" Jutai's eyes seemed to have turned a little red, and he sneered, "However, if I don't use the reverse blood essence devouring technique to increase my internal energy, I won't even be able to pass your trial. How can I even talk about going to Vow City? If you know that you can't win, you can admit defeat, or you can do the same." This. Yuan Guori was also at a loss for words. It would be impossible for them to get to know each other in such a favorable situation. However, it was also impossible for him to use the reverse blood essence corroding technique to increase his inner strength. Therefore, Yuan Guohu also gritted his teeth and said, "Then bring it on. This young master wants to experience it." At this time, Jutai's eyes were already red, and his face was actually a little ferocious. He exerted strength in his legs, and his sword was as fast as the wind, fully displaying the essence of the flying fish. The family members behind the two did not expect this to happen. They all drew their weapons, and their faces were full of concern. They covered their bodies and stepped forward. Yuan Guokai originally wanted to use his cultivation to resist Jutai's reverse blood essence corroding technique. However, this technique that used blood essence to temporarily increase one's internal energy was far beyond his imagination. In just a few moves, Yuan Guokai was forced into a dead end. Looking at Jutai's crazy appearance, Yuan Guokai knew that even if he admitted defeat now, this person might not be able to hear him. As a scholar of the adjudication court, even if he heard him admit defeat, what ability did he have to protect him? Seeing Jutai's sword like a rainbow, directly stabbing towards his chest where he could not dodge, Yuan Guokai also gritted his teeth. He no longer dodged, and his long sword was also thrust towards Jutai's chest. It was actually a move to perish together. Seeing such a scene of mutual destruction, not only were the family members behind the two people shocked, several guards with high martial arts were about to rush forward, but how could they make it in time? Nai Qianyu and Little Orange, who were in the carriage, also turned pale with fright, and covered their mouths in fear. Just as Jutai's long sword was about to pierce into Yuan Guochi's chest, his eyes regained clarity. Seeing that Yuan Guochi's long sword was also about to pierce his chest, his eyes were full of shock. However, at this time, he only had a little internal energy left, and his limbs were sore. He could not withdraw his sword even if he wanted to. The long sword in his hand followed the momentum, and involuntarily stabbed towards Yuan Guoqi's chest. Seeing that a tragedy was about to happen, everyone heard a soft sigh. Sigh, why do you have to do this? Everyone's vision blurred, and they only saw a thin figure flash past. The weak and scholarly adjudication court, who had long been forgotten in everyone's eyes, appeared in front of the two people. They saw his two hands, as fast as lightning, reach between the two people, and use only his index and middle fingers to pinch the tip of the sword that was about to pierce their hearts. Immediately, the whole world came to a standstill. Everyone's eyes were focused on the fingers that were pinching the too long sword. Before the crowd could recover from their shock and exclaim, a plop sound was heard. Ju Tai dropped the long sword in his hand and collapsed on the ground. Nai Qianyu and Little Orange's cheers were heard. Brother Ren, long live. At this time, the experts from the sect who had rescued the two people rushed over. A few of them exclaimed, "Young master." They rushed forward and carried Ju Tai. Immediately, a person beside them shouted, "Young master's injuries are unknown. Brothers, let's take care of the weapons." Hearing this, Yuan Guoqi did not have time to thank Zhong Xiaohua. He quickly pulled out his long sword and prepared to fight. However, no matter how much strength he used, or how much energy he channeled to grab the sword, the long sword was clamped in the scholar's hand and did not move at all. If it was said that Zhong Xiaohua had approached him like a ghost and pinched the tip of the two long swords, Yuan Guoqi was only astonished. He did not expect that he had made a mistake and treated a martial arts expert as a scholar. But now, he was extremely shocked. How much strength did these two fingers have? How high was this scholar's martial arts? In that instant, he had no idea in his heart. He deeply knew that when he saw that Ju Tai was awake, he had already restrained some of his strength. It was just that he did not withdraw it in time. Although he could have killed Ju Tai, the strength in the sword had already been exhausted. Presumably, Ju Tai was in the same situation when he was awake. Therefore, at that time, as long as it was a person who had successfully cultivated internal energy, they would be able to easily pinch the long sword like Zhong Xiaohua. But now, he had used all of his strength and channeled all of his internal energy to pull out the sword. The situation was completely different from before, but the result was the same. The long sword did not move at all. At this moment, Yuan Guoqi truly realized that the scholar in front of him who looked gentle and refined was definitely a rare expert in the martial arts world. Therefore, Yuan Guoqi quickly let go of the sword and was about to speak. Ju Tai, who was being helped up by his subordinates, beat him to it and said, "Wait. Everyone stand still and don't move." When the people of the Flying Fish sect heard this, they knew that their young master was fine. Their expressions relaxed and they stood still. But their hands were still holding onto their weapons and did not relax. With the help of his subordinates, Ju Tai took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom. He crushed the mouth of the bottle and poured out a brown pill. He swallowed it in one gulp. After a while, his face flushed red. He then said in a hoarse voice, "Brothers, put down your weapons. I'm fine." When the people of the Flying Fish sect heard this, they put away their weapons. The people of the Raging Wave sect also put away their weapons under Yuan Guoqi's signal. Ju Tai shook off his subordinate's support and walked in front of Zhong Xiaohua. He bowed deeply and said with a bitter smile, "Brother Ren, thank you for saving my life. Just now, I really made a mistake. I hope Brother Ren won't blame me." Yuan Guoqi also bowed and said, "This little brother also did the same. Thank you Brother Ren for upholding justice. If my words just now were inappropriate, I hope Brother Ren can forgive me." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and handed the hilt of her sword to the two of them. She said, "It was just a competition, but you made such a big fuss and almost lost your lives. Don't be so reckless in the future." Yuan Guoqi put his sword back into its sheath with an ashamed look on his face. Ju Tai's hands and feet were weak, so he used his sword to support himself. Ashamed, he said, "It's all my fault. Brother Yuan is not at fault. Everything is little brother's fault. Brother Yuan, this little brother lost this round." This little brother will return to the flying fish sect. Then, he turned his head and called out, "Men, bring over all the valuables we brought this time." Before Ju Tai's voice fell, Yuan Guokai laughed and said, "Brother Ju's words are wrong. Since there is no winner or loser in the competition, it is a draw. What is there to talk about? How can this little brother accept this prize?" However, although Brother Ju has already taken Rejuvenation Valley's panacea, your body is still damaged. You can't go to Carefree City. Take the valuables and go back to rest. When this little brother is free, I will go to the Flying Fish sect to pay a visit to Brother Ju. How could Ju Tai be willing to comply? He waved his hand and said, "Brother Yuan, please don't say that." This little brother used the reverse blood essence devouring technique and still tied with Brother Yuan. This has already determined the winner and loser. If I say it was a draw, where would this little brother put his face? Therefore, the two of them made excuses. One said it was a draw, while the other said the other party won. This made Zhong Xiaohua gloomy. These two called her to be the judge, but they actually threw her to the side. Where should she put her face? Involuntarily, Zhong Xiaohua coughed a few times. Hearing this, Ju Tai smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, let's not talk about it anymore. We are the witnesses here, and you are our savior. Why don't we listen to Brother Ren's judgment?" Yuan Guokai nodded and said, "I have the same intention." Haha, Zhong Xiaohua was secretly pleased. "Only now did you remember this great hero?" Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and said seriously, "The fight between the two of you just now was really shocking. It let this little one see the style of the new generation of Jianghu heroes. It was really an eye-opener. From this humble one's observation, both of your martial arts and internal energy cultivation are top-notch. It is impossible to tell who is better." Although Brother Ju used the reverse blood-eroding essence technique and forcefully gained the upper hand, in the end, it was still a draw. The most important thing is that this fight is about the result, not the process and methods. No matter how complicated it is, the result is the only thing that matters. Therefore, I think the two heroes should be judged as a draw. After saying that, she looked around and said with a smile, "What do the two of you think?" -3. Chapter 422. Hearing Zhong Xiaohua's verdict, Yuan Guohu was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. He was the second young master of the Raging Waves faction. Although he was doted on by the old chief, this Ju Tai in front of him was the young chief of the Flying Fish faction. His identity was different. If it was a normal fight and Ju Tai lost to him without being injured, he would have taken all the valuables without leaving any evidence behind. However, Ju Tai used the reverse blood essence erosion technique to injure himself. Although it was his own fault, Yuan Guohu couldn't escape the responsibility. Under such circumstances, if he took Ju Tai's valuables, he was afraid that it would arouse the dissatisfaction of the Flying Fish faction. When that time came, it would lead to a dispute between the two factions. Even with his father's protection, it would be difficult to ensure his safety. Even Ju Tai breathed a sigh of relief. He had received the chief's instructions to go to Vow City. Before he even arrived, he had already given away his valuables and was seriously injured. If this news were to spread to the rest of the faction, where would he put his face? Just now, he was just putting up a strong front. Now that he saw Zhong Xiaohua offering him a ladder, he quickly took the opportunity to step down. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Brother Ren has said so, I won't pretend anymore. Brother Yuan, my body can't take it, so I'll take my leave first. I won't participate in the Vow City matter anymore. I wish you success in advance." Yuan Guohu smiled and said, "Vow City is just ahead. Why don't Brother Ju come with me? Even if it's just to watch the show, why are you in such a hurry to go back?" Ju Tai was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, "This little brother is injured and is worried about my safety on the way back." Brother Yuan's words are exactly what this little brother wants. This little brother's safety will be entrusted to Brother Yuan. Yuan Guohu said, "Brother Ju is too modest. Who doesn't know the valiance of the Flying Fish faction's disciples? Who dares to have evil thoughts? Besides, our two factions will be even stronger together. Brother Ju, don't worry. Zhong Xiaohua secretly laughed at the side. Wow, it was such a mess just now, and now it's like this. This Jianghu is really unpredictable. Ju Tai nodded and said, our two factions used to be friends. From now on, we should be on good terms. After this matter is over, I'll definitely report to the chief and urge our two factions to form an alliance. Yuan Guokai was overjoyed when he heard this and said, that's how it should be. I have the same intention too. After the two of them were done mixing, they walked in front of Zhong Xiaohua and bowed again. Brother Ren's life-saving grace is really unforgettable. I should express my gratitude to Brother Ju. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua secretly curled her lips. Well, this should means that there is nothing to express. Alas, in fact, I don't have any request. Just give me one of the carriages of property that Ju Tai lost. Isn't that what I meant when I judged you guys to be tied? However, the two of them had long been convinced by Zhong Xiaohua's noble character and unquestionable integrity. How could they think so much? He heard them say, it's just that, this little brother really can't bring out what I have with me. After saying that, each of them untied a bronze tablet from their waists and respectfully handed it over, saying, this is our sect's leader's tablet. Benefactor, please accept it. In the future, if you have any errands, just hold this tablet and the sect's disciples will obey your orders. Zhong Xiaohua repeatedly declined, saying, how can I accept this? But in her heart she said, what's the use of this tablet? It's better to give me some hard currency like gold and silver. Seeing this, the two of them hurriedly said, if Benefactor doesn't accept it, won't the people of Jianghu say that we are people who don't know how to repay kindness? In the future, we can't stay in Jianghu anymore. Seeing that the two of them actually mentioned the height of their rice bowls, Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to accept it. After carefully looking at the tablet carved with flying fish and waves, she casually put it away. In the eyes of the two of them, this casual action made them feel that Zhong Xiaohua's character was noble. They unconsciously thought more highly of her in their hearts. Yuan Guokai said, we still have important matters to attend to in Mocho City. We won't disturb Benefactor here. Benefactor, if you have time in the future, please come to the Raging Waves sect for a gathering. Ju Tai also said, little brother is also waiting for Benefactor's arrival at the Flying Fish sect. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said to the two of them, well said, well said. When I have time, I will definitely come and disturb the two of you. Hearing this, the two of them were very happy. After saying goodbye to Zhong Xiaohua, they led the crowd out of the peach garden and left. After waiting for the two groups of people to go far away, Zhong Xiaohua slowly walked back to the carriage. On the carriage, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange's faces were full of admiration. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Zhong Xiaohua muttering, if I had known that this guy wouldn't give me any money, I would have judged him as the loser. Maybe Yuan Guokai would be happy and give me a carriage full of money. The two of them immediately fell on the carriage with a bang. They were speechless. This person, after a long while, Nai Qianyu said, Big Brother Ren, Hero Ren, you don't have to say a word. Just by watching from the side, you received 20 taels of gold. Such a good thing in the world is hard to come by. Zhong Xiaohua disagreed. She waved her hand and said, if you don't manage the household, you won't know the cost of daily necessities. Although 20 taels of gold is a lot, there will be a time when it will run out. The more the better. You! Nai Qianyu almost shouted, when did you manage the household? Even if you do manage the household, what you spend is our money. But in the end, she didn't say it. She heard Zhong Xiaohua ask again, just now, I heard Yuan Guokai say that Ju Tai took a panacea from Rejuvenation Valley. Is Rejuvenation Valley very famous? What is that miraculous elixir? Nai Qianyu heard this and said somewhat angrily, Hero Ren now knows to ask about Rejuvenation Valley. I thought Rejuvenation Valley was not as good as Hero Ren's discerning eyes. He, Zhong Xiaohua said embarrassedly, since you didn't mention it, I thought Rejuvenation Valley was just the name of a small mountain villa. In order to take care of your self-esteem, of course, it would be better to ask less. But now, it seems that is not the case. It seems to be a very famous place. Oh, maybe it is a very big force, so I am curious to ask. Nai Qianyu still asked in a bad mood, Then what are the big gangs and forces that you know? Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Misty School, Righteous Alliance, Daylin Temple? Oh, and Aroma Cult. Is Rejuvenation Valley the same as them? You. Nai Qianyu's eyes widened, thinking that Zhong Xiaohua was joking with her. She said angrily, if Hero Ren says so, my Rejuvenation Valley naturally cannot be compared to them. Our Rejuvenation Valley can only be said to be a small mountain villa. But, if compared to them, all the gangs in Jianghu are small sects. I wonder, how big is Hero Ren's sect? Zhong Xiaohua saw that Nai Qianyu was angry, but she was not anxious. She said, Little you don't be anxious and don't be angry. I do know the names of these gangs. One of them is called the Evil Tiger Gang. Evil Tiger Gang? Nai Qianyu frowned and said, I have never heard of it. But immediately, she asked worriedly, Big Brother Ren, do you really only know these few? You are not lying to me. Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, Little you do you think Ren Xiaoyaro is that kind of person? The 3 words Ren Xiaoyaro were said very smoothly. Little Orange saw that Zhong Xiaohua said the name Ren Xiaoyaro and thought that Zhong Xiaohua was angry. She quickly interrupted, Big Brother Ren, don't be angry. It's not that Miss doesn't believe Big Brother Ren. She just thinks that Big Brother Ren should know these things. Nai Qianyu looked at Little Orange approvingly and said, Little Orange is right. Big Brother Ren, I really thought you were joking. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua did not care too much, she continued to explain, among the sects mentioned by Big Brother Ren, except for the Misty School which has been destroyed, the other sects are all super big sects in Jianghu. Their strength is not comparable to ordinary sects in Jianghu. But other than these super big sects, there are many other sects in Jianghu. Stormy Waves Sect. Flying Fish Sect. Zhong Xiaohua asked. These are all small sects that are not very eye-catching. They are not worthy of Hero Ren's attention. Hearing this, Nai Qianyu smiled and said, there are also some mid-level powers in Jianghu, such as Fallen Star Alliance, Heaven Dock, Moonsea Sect, etc. They are all famous sects in Jianghu. Oh, right. Big Brother Ren, some of these sects are not simple sects. They are formed by a few small sects. As for which sects formed the alliance, I don't know. What I know is all from the disciples in the valley. There are many other sects that I don't know about. Then, what's up with your Rejuvenation Valley? Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously. Nai Qianyu thought for a while and said, Rejuvenation Valley is a little different from other sects. Together with the Weapon Refining Sect, Weapon Forging Sect, Snowfall Mountains Viburnum Horse Farm, Soaring Dragon Mountains Subdue Tiger Farm, and Swallowtail Mountains Yingying Horse Farm, we are called the One Valley, 2 sects, and 3 horse farms. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, 3 horse farms produce horses, 2 sects forge weapons, then your One Valley produces pills? No wonder it's called Rejuvenation Valley. It means miraculous hands. Nai Qianyu clapped her hands and said, Big Brother Ren is indeed smart. You've seen through it. Our Rejuvenation Valley produces medicine commonly seen in the pugilistic world. The pill that Ju Tai took just now is the blood-replenishing pill made by us. It's specially made for external injuries and excessive bleeding. This Ju Tai actually used it after using the reverse blood essence erosion technique. It's quite effective. Hearing up to this point, Zhong Xiaohua was already certain in his heart that Ouyang Yang must have come to Rejuvenation Valley when she went south a few years ago. Only a place like this that could produce spirit pills and miraculous medicines could find the reason why the medicinal herbs could not germinate. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly asked, Little Fish Nai, does your Rejuvenation Valley grow a lot of medicinal herbs? Nai Qianyu smiled and said, Of course. Without medicinal herbs, how can we make pills? Another meaning of Rejuvenation Valley is that our valley is like spring all year round, which is extremely suitable for the growth of medicinal herbs. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, Then can I go take a look? -3. Chapter 423. Before Nai Qianyu could say anything, Little Orange smiled and said, Young Master Ren is too polite. If you come to our valley, won't our master take out all the treasures in the valley? Don't worry, not to mention showing you some herbs, even if he cut all the herbs to weave a straw hat for you, he'll do it. Nai Qianyu was a little shy and didn't dare to answer. Zhong Xiaohua touched her nose and said, "Is Little Orange trying to use herbs to make me wear a hat? I won't do it." Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Little Fish Nai, you've always been conceited and smart. Do you know what these two hedonistic disciples of Jianghu are doing in Mocho City?" Nai Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed. "Big Brother Ren is overpraising me. When it comes to intelligence, how can I compare to Ren Xiaoxia, who is both intelligent and brave?" There was a hint of pride and joy in her words, and her eyes were glittering. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to change the topic, but since Nai Qianyu said the same thing, she could only say, "I saw that they were wearing bright clothes and even brought gifts. I guess they're going to visit some elders." Little Orange smiled and said, "I think they're going to gamble." Zhong Xiaohua and Nai Qianyu were both surprised and asked, "How can you tell?" Little Orange said, "If you're going to visit your elders, you definitely won't use your gifts as a wager for some reason. Only if these gifts are a wager would they not be stingy. Losing here is a loss, and losing in Vow City is also a loss." Little Orange said it so firmly that it made sense. Zhong Xiaohua knew it was impossible, but she couldn't think of anything else. She could only say, "Who knows? Anyway, we'll know when we get to Mocho City. They can't use the money to buy things." Nai Qianyu's eyes lit up and said, "What Big Brother Ren said makes sense. Every year, there are auctions in Mocho City. Merchants from all over the world come here to trade. Maybe they're here to sell things." Auctions. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes also lit up. "I've read about this name in books in my early years. I also know a little about the details, but I haven't experienced it myself. I wonder if I can participate this time?" Little Orange smiled and said, "The 3-character classic actually has the word auction in it. That's not easy." Nai Qianyu frowned and said, "The time of the auction is not fixed. I don't know if it will be held at this time. However, looking at the two of them, it really seems like it. It's only a few days' journey to Carefree City. Why don't we go and take a look?" Zhong Xiaohua nodded and asked, "This is not the official road from Tanhe City to Mocho City, is it? I wonder if the people chasing you have an ambush ahead." When Nai Qianyu heard this, she said proudly, "Don't worry, Big Brother Ren. This place is already within the sphere of influence of my Rejuvenation Valley. If I'm not mistaken, that group of people won't be stupid enough to come here and cause trouble unless they want to anger the sects of the south." "I see." Zhong Xiaohua muttered to himself. He wanted to ask why no one from Rejuvenation Valley had come to pick him up, but some window paper was better obscured. Therefore, he smiled and said, "That's good. In the next few days, I can sleep in peace." Little Orange frowned and said, "Young Master Ren, you only know how to sleep. Sleeping here and there, I don't see you gaining any weight." Nai Qianyu rebuked, "Little Orange, don't talk nonsense." Zhong Xiaohua stretched and said, "This young master's life is tiring. I'm just accompanying you to look at the peach blossoms, but I also have to save people. How can I gain any weight?" "Oh right, little fishy, do you want to continue looking at the peach blossoms?" Nai Qianyu shook her head and said, "The peach blossoms are beautiful, but they are too thick and not suitable to be looked at for a long time. If they are surrounded by thousands of flowers, each in a delicate posture, you can play with them for a long time. This time is really good. It's time to go." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he said, "Okay, since there's no one to make a fuss, we won't be able to earn any more gold. Let's go quickly. The sky is full of red clouds. I'm dizzy from looking at it." When he finished speaking, he turned the horse around. The bell rang softly, and the horse slowly rode out of the peach blossom garden. After leaving the peach blossom garden, they went all the way south. After a few days, they saw that the number of people had increased. The smiles on Nai Qianyu and Little Orange's faces grew. However, in these few days, there were many young masters with large groups of family members. There were also some carriages hurriedly passing by their carriage. Judging from their arrogant looks, they must be rich. Every time someone passed by, Nai Qianyu would quietly explain to Zhong Xiaohua if she knew them. She would also explain to him some of the structure of the martial arts world in the south. As expected, these young talents were all young masters of sects or groups. Could it be that this year's auction has been brought forward? Nai Chenyu was a little surprised. In previous years, it was held in late spring for the convenience of merchants from afar. It's only February now. It's still early. However, Zhong Xiaohua did not care. He only observed left and right, waiting for the two groups of people who did not see eye to eye and fought with each other. Then, he would be the judge and earn some gold at the same time. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few days, there was no second incident. Unknowingly, a towering city was already in sight. This was a city that looked very ancient. The huge green bricks were covered with moss. From high up in the dark, there were even some small trees that extended their branches. Nai Chenyu pointed at the city of Carefree City and said, "Brother Ren, Carefree City has a long history. It has a longer history than Tanhe City and Pingyang City." "Is that so?" Zhong Xiaohua said in surprise. "I didn't know about this." "Oh yes, Brother Ren." Nai Chenyu was not surprised. She pointed at the three big words above the city gate and said with a smile, "Look at the three words Carefree City." Zhong Xiaohua looked up. Sure enough, above the tall city gate, there were three big words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Carefree City. They were written in ancient characters, which had the charm of the word ethereal on the archway of the ethereal heights. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Are these the three words Carefree City? Why haven't I seen them before? But it seems that the strokes are very delicate. It seems to be a girl's handwriting." Nai Chenyu clapped her hands and praised, "Brother Ren is indeed a master. These three words are ancient characters that are very popular now. It's normal that you don't recognize them. However, you can actually tell that these words were written by a girl. Your three-character classic is really good." Zhong Xiaohua touched his chin and said without the slightest modesty, "It's just SOSO. Little Orange secretly curled his lips at the side. Nai Chenyu continued, "It said that the words of Carefree City were written by an immortal called Carefree Girl. Immortal." Zhong Xiaohua was shocked and immediately cut off Nai Chenyu's words. "Yes, it's actually recorded in the Carefree City's annals that Carefree City was built by the immortal called Carefree Girl. Of course, the words above the city gate were written by her." Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "The immortals I read in the books were all from ancient times. That was 10,000 years ago. Even if Carefree Girl really existed, how could Carefree City have existed for 10,000 years? Not at all." Nai Chenyu smiled faintly and said, "How could there be a 10,000-year-old city? It's just a matter of generations of repairs." Zhong Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief and said, "So that's how it is. But, what about the immortal called Carefree Girl? Is there any record in your city annals?" "Of course." At this time, Little Orange also answered. "The story of Carefree Girl is widely spread in the south. Young Master Ren, you actually don't know about it. It seems that the three-character classic is not well written." Zhong Xiaohua was curious and asked, "Little Orange, can you tell me the story of Carefree Girl?" Upon hearing this, Nai Chenyu said, "Big Brother Ren, let's enter the city first. It's getting late, and the West City Gate is close to the Morcho Lake. I'll tell you more about it when we reach the Morcho Lake." "Sure." Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed and kicked the black horse's butt. The black horse was already used to it and immediately pulled the carriage along with the crowd into Carefree City. The layout of Carefree City, the clothes of the pedestrians, and the style of the shops were completely different from that of Pingyang City. Zhong Xiaohua enjoyed looking at it very much. Not long after, the carriage arrived in front of a dark green lake. Countless willows drooped around the lake and it was also abnormally green. Above the lake, there was a jade-like dam that divided the water into two. At the corner of the lake, there was a tall tower. The setting sun was right behind the tower, as if it was hanging on the top of the tower. The tower's reflection was reflected in the dark green lake and rippled with the waves. It was a unique feeling. Nai Chenyu saw that Zhong Xiaohua was fascinated and whispered, "This is the most famous sight of Carefree Lake, the Frowning Eyebrows at sunset. This tower is the Frowning Eyebrows Tower." "Oh." Zhong Xiaohua frowned and said, "Why does it have such a sad name?" Nai Chenyu was fascinated and said, "Yes, Big Brother Ren, you're very perceptive. You immediately understood something from the tower's name. I thought so too back then. Then, Nai Qianyu looked at the green lake and said sadly, because sorrowless girl was buried under this pagoda. Everyone who heard her story would frown and sigh. Therefore, this pagoda was called Frown Pagoda after a long time. No one mentioned its original name anymore. Fairy was trapped under this tower? Zhong Xiaohua immediately released his divine sense. At this time, his divine sense was much stronger than when he was on the deserted island. This mere lake was nothing to him. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua did not speak, Nai Qianyu continued, it is said that after Carefree Girl built this city, she lived a carefree life. However, one day, she met a man called Yi Feng by the Carefree Lake. They fell in love at first sight. However, God was jealous of beauty. Yi Feng was valued by an old monk called Shen Kong. He thought that Yi Feng was a Buddha with spiritual roots and insisted on making Yi Feng a monk. Carefree Girl was of course unwilling. In the end, Shen Kong said that Carefree Girl was born a demon, so he cast a spell and trapped Carefree Girl under this tower. While listening to Nai Qianyu's story, Zhong Xiaohua looked at the bottom of the tower with his divine sense. As his divine sense went down, Zhong Xiaohua's expression became more and more strange. In the end, he even showed a look of surprise. -3. Chapter 424. Zhong Xiaohua originally thought that it was just a pool of lake water that could be seen clearly with a sweep of his divine sense. Unfortunately, reality played a big joke on him. He had indeed swept all the way to the bottom of the Carefree Lake without any abnormalities. However, this Frown Pagoda with a story was deeply embedded in the ground. Moreover, there was really a fluctuation of pneuma at the bottom of the pagoda. Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could this story be true? Was Carefree Girl really trapped under the pagoda? Nai Qianyu was surprised to see Zhong Xiaohua. She asked, Brother Ren, is there anything strange about it? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Do you have another version? Zhong Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and smiled. No, little fish Nai, I have never heard of this story. Now that I have heard of it, I feel very sad. Out of 10 things in this world, 7 out of 10 things don't go your way. Carefree Girl and Yi Feng are so free and unfettered, loving each other. Why did this old monk Shen Kong want to interfere? Why did he do such a filthy thing like breaking up a couple? Nai Qianyu nodded repeatedly. Zhong Xiaohua continued, if this old monk took Carefree Girl for himself, I can understand. A gentle and graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal mate means that the old monk has fallen in love with her. This can only mean that Carefree Girl is very charming. However, to convert Yi Feng into a monk, I don't understand this kind of thing that benefits others but not oneself. I would rather be beaten to death than do such a thing. Nai Qianyu and Little Orange both hit their heads on the roof of the carriage. They had never dreamt of such a thing happening in their wildest dreams. Zhong Xiaohua was still unaware. He muttered to himself, if it were me, I would snatch Carefree Girl back to the temple first and talk about other things later. Alas, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange were completely speechless. Oh, right, Little Fish Nai, what about the rest of the story? Carefree Girl was trapped under the pagoda and never came out again. Where are Yi Feng and the old monk? Nai Qianyu stood up weakly and said in a low voice, of course she didn't come out. If she did, the Frown Pagoda wouldn't exist anymore. Yi Feng was converted to a monk by the old monk and his whereabouts are unknown. He was blind as a bat and regarded a virtuous wife and mother as a monster. I can't wait to hate him. Who cares about his fate? Zhong Xiaohua said thoughtfully, Sorrowless Girl is not a small fish. How can she breathe underwater? This? Nai Qianyu said angrily, Sorrowless is a fairy. Of course she can breathe underwater. However, she immediately said in disappointment, Big Brother Ren, you don't have to think too much about it. It's just a story. It's said to be a legend from thousands of years ago. It might not be true. Zhong Xiaohua touched her chin and said, what if it's true? Do you want to meet Mistress Vow? Ah, really? Nai Qianyu's eyes lit up. Big Brother Ren, how do you know? However, if you can meet Mistress Vow, the pagoda will collapse. According to the legend, The old monk Shen Kong said that the pagoda would only collapse if the water from Lake Sorreless overflowed. Only then would Mistress Vow be able to escape from the bottom of the pagoda. However, the pagoda is so tall that it's even taller than the city walls of Morcho City. If the water from the lake overflowed the top of the pagoda, wouldn't Morcho City be submerged as well? How is that possible? Even if it's possible, what will happen to the people in the city? Nai Chenyu sighed with compassion. Zhong Xiaohua also nodded and said, "That's right. If the pagoda collapses, where else can we go to see such a beautiful scene?" Nai Chenyu glared at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Why don't you have tender feelings for the fairer sex now? It's been 10,000 years. Even immortals have passed away." Zhong Xiaohua explained, "Moreover, Yifeng has become a monk and his whereabouts are unknown. What can Mistress Vow do if she comes out? Find someone else to love her." This time, even Little Orange shared the same hatred as Nai Chenyu. At the same time, he spat, "Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth." Zhong Xiaohua heard this and smiled. She bared her teeth and said, "Human teeth and nothing else." Nai Chenyu covered her forehead with her hand and said nothing. The setting sun was like a painting. The golden afterglow scattered on the frown pagoda. One side of the pagoda was bright and the other side was dark. The two sides were distinct and mysterious. Zhong Xiaohua was a little dazed. Only when there was light could one see the darkness. If there was only darkness and no light, who would know that it was darkness? Not long after, the frown pagoda lost its light and the entire pagoda gradually sank into darkness. Zhong Xiaohua turned her head and said, "Mistress's Vow, shouldn't we go find shelter? Or go directly to Rejuvenation Valley?" Nai Chenyu's eyes were still looking at the towering pagoda. She muttered, "Is it cold under the pagoda?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's lonely. She's like snow. If she's alone under the pagoda, it'll only be winter. How can there be warmth?" Nai Chenyu nodded and said, "Big Brother Ren is right. Life is only meaningful when there's companionship." Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Little Fish Nai, what should we do now?" Nai Chenyu smiled and said, "Rejuvenation Valley is in the valley south of Vow City. The journey is not wide. Let's rest in the city for the night and continue tomorrow." Her tone was filled with joy and melancholy. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he did not reply. He turned his horse around and looked for an inn. Nai Chenyu often came to Vow City, but she had never stayed in an inn before. Therefore, she could not give any suggestions. Zhong Xiaohua could only follow the path. However, after walking for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua started to feel gloomy. He had forgotten that in the past few days, he had met several groups of well-dressed young masters who had come to Carefree City. Could it be that they had brought many family members and servants with them? If it was like this in his direction, then it was likely that it was the same in the other directions as well. Therefore, there were quite a lot of people from foreign lands who had come to Carefree City tonight. Although there were many inns in Carefree City, they had long been fully booked. Zhong Xiaohua actually did not manage to find a single room, let alone a small courtyard like he had in the past. After finding a few more rooms, the waiter impatiently told them that they were full. Zhong Xiaohua turned around and asked, "What should we do?" "Little Fish Nai, don't tell me that your family doesn't have any relatives or businesses in Vow City." Nai Chenyu lowered her head and did not speak. After thinking for a moment, she bit her lips and said, "I remember that there is an unknown small temple in the west of Vow City. Why don't we stay there tonight? Big Brother Ren, what do you think?" Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "I'm fine with it. If Little Fish says it's fine, then it's fine." Little Orange said slyly, "If both of you say it's fine, then it's really fine." Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. She drove the carriage to the west. When they arrived in front of a tea house, they saw a tea flag fluttering above the tea house with the words Biluo Chun written on it. The tea house was bustling with people and business was good. Zhong Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "You two wait in the car. I'll go to this tea house to buy some tea and snacks for you. The sky is already dark. I'm sure you two are hungry and thirsty." After she finished speaking, she jumped off the carriage and went into the tea house without waiting for their reply. After Zhong Xiaohua's figure disappeared into the crowd, Little Orange said with a smile, "Congratulations." Miss Nai Chenyu's face was full of astonishment. She said, "Little Orange, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would there be a happy occasion out of nowhere?" Little Orange winked and said, "You know, miss, how would I know? You little girl, why aren't you telling me? You really know, miss. You didn't go to our Rejuvenation Valley's residence in Vow City but chose to sleep in a small temple. What are you thinking? How can I not know this?" Nai Chenyu's face was a little red and she didn't dare to say anything. Little Orange continued, looking at Big Brother Ren, "He is also a considerate and careful person. He knew that Miss was thirsty and hungry and also liked the exquisite refreshments in the tea house, so he hurriedly went to the tea house to buy refreshments. Just now, we passed by a few restaurants, but he didn't go down." Nai Chenyu whispered like a mosquito, "Maybe Big Brother Ren was hungry and didn't eat." "Forget it, miss. Along the way, when have you ever seen Big Brother Ren eat first? When have you ever heard Big Brother Ren say that he was hungry? Every time, weren't we the ones who suggested it first? He just accompanied us and ate a little bit in a refined manner." Speaking of this, Little Orange said with some doubts, "Big Brother Ren is also strange. I remember that there are disciples in our Rejuvenation Valley who have a foundation in martial arts. Everyone has a big appetite. His martial arts is so high, but why does he eat so little? Yes, look at how thin he is. He hasn't put on any weight at all. Hehe, miss, you're still trying to hide it. You're worried about whether he's fat or thin. However, it's good that Big Brother Ren is thin like this. He looks very energetic." "But," Nai Chenyu pursed her lips and whispered, "but along the way, Big Brother Ren seems to be, to me." She couldn't finish her sentence no matter what. "Miss, you don't have to worry. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them. When a woman pursues a man, there's a piece of paper between them. Why don't you be bolder and say more of what's in your heart? I'm sure you'll succeed. Didn't you see that in the past, we were the ones who suggested that we were hungry first? Today, he went first. Isn't this showing that he has you in his heart?" This. Nai Chenyu had always been extraordinarily intelligent. However, when it came to herself and was a child's concern, how could she still have any wisdom? She asked again, "Then, how should I express it? Isn't this too embarrassing? What's there to be embarrassed about? Miss, you don't know how many times you've hinted along the way." "Ah, was that true?" "Little Orange, I don't know. Alas, you may not know it yourself, but I can understand it. It's just that I don't know if Ren Xiaoyaro understood it, so he didn't answer you. However, it's normal to think about it. Men are all careless. It's okay. Miss, you are so smart, and Brother Ren also likes to talk to you very much. I don't think there will be too much of a problem. The saying that time breeds love is an unbreakable truth. It's an old saying. That's true. Big Brother Ren sent you off from 1,000 miles away. It's enough to show his noble character and unquestionable integrity. This person is also someone who can be entrusted with your life." This was indeed what Nai Chenyu thought, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the tea house with a smile on her face. When she saw Nai Chenyu, she cupped her hands and said, "Congratulations, little Yu-er. Congratulations, little Yu-er." When Nai Chenyu heard this, her face flushed red. -3. Chapter 425. When Nai Chenyu heard Zhong Xiaohua's congratulations, she couldn't help blushing. She felt both regretful and sweet at the same time. She thought to herself, "What's wrong with me? How could I talk to Little Orange about such embarrassing things in public? Look at this guy, he actually eavesdropped on a girl's private conversation. This is not right. But this is also good. I don't have to confess to him in person anymore. It's embarrassing when I think about it. But he eavesdropped on our conversation. Will he despise me from the bottom of his heart?" Seeing that Nai Chenyu and Little Orange were very shy, and that Nai Chenyu didn't even dare to look at her, Zhong Xiaohua was very surprised and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you see such a handsome young man?" Immediately, She touched her face and said, I don't have any changes either. Suddenly, he came to a realization and said regretfully, Ayo, do you guys already know about it? I wanted to ask you for some wedding money. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua's behavior, Nai Qianyu's shyness had already faded a little. She dared to raise her eyebrows a little and asked, What are you talking about? What wedding money? What do you mean we already know? Ah, Zhong Xiaohua said in surprise, so you don't know. I thought this was a matter of your rejuvenation valley. Oh, that's right. It's only been 2 months. You're still with me. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was getting more and more out of hand, Nai Qianyu angrily took out a small gold ingot from her bosom and handed it over. She said, This is the wedding money. Tell me. Zhong Xiaohua picked up the gold ingot and said with a smile, Congratulations, little fishy, congratulations, little fishy. Your sister is going to have a martial arts competition to find a husband. You'll soon have a brother-in-law with outstanding martial arts. Hearing this, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange's expressions changed greatly. They said in disbelief, Big Brother Ren, say it again. Which sister is going to have a martial arts competition to find a husband? How many sisters do you have? Zhong Xiaohua was also surprised and said, I only heard the idle people of Jianghu chatting in the tea house. They said that your Rejuvenation Valley is holding a martial arts competition to find a spouse these days, and tomorrow is the last day. The many young masters of the martial arts families that we saw today are all here to catch up with the last carriage tomorrow. How is this possible? Nai Qianyu exclaimed. How is that not possible? Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled. Little Orange explained, My master has 3 daughters. Miss is the youngest. She has 2 older sisters. But eldest Miss and second Miss have been married for a long time. Eldest Miss even has a son. How could there be a martial arts competition for a husband? Zhong Xiaohua rubbed her chin and retorted, What's impossible about that? If anything happens to your brother-in-law. Bah. Nai Qianyu and Little Orange both spat, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. This time, Zhong Xiaohua didn't bare her teeth. She just said thoughtfully, If it's like what you said. The hand that took the golden pellet stretched out again and said, Could it be, little fish Nai? Shouldn't you give me a big red packet? When Nai Qianyu heard this, her face immediately turned white. She seemed to have thought of something, but didn't know how to say it. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua immediately retracted her hand and said to herself, That's not right. You're only 12 years old. Why are you holding a martial arts competition to find a spouse? Unless. At this moment, Nai Qianyu also thought of something and immediately said with joy, Big Brother Ren is really smart. You've thought of it. Then, she heaved a sigh of relief and patted her small chest, saying, That's great. Big Brother Ren has thought it through. I don't need to explain. Zhong Xiaohua glanced at the relieved Nai Qianyu and said with a smile, What do you want to explain to me? Nai Qianyu's small head hid in the shadow of the carriage. It was unknown whether she was thinking about how to say it or to avoid his question. At this moment, Little Orange jumped out and said, Miss, young Master Ren, what are you talking about? Which Miss's family is in trouble? Why are you making such a big fuss? Zhong Xiaohua looked at Little Orange, who was still a little confused, and asked with a smile, Little are we going to the small temple or Rejuvenation Valley? Let's go to the small temple. Tomorrow is the last day. We can go back tomorrow. Miss, are you not worried that something happened at home? Let's go back quickly. Nai Qianyu smiled bitterly and said, What happened at home? Let's go first. Don't delay here. Big Brother Ren will explain to you on the way. After hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua jumped back into the carriage, shook the reins, and continued to move forward. When they were on the road, Zhong Xiaohua took out the snacks that she had just bought and handed them to Nai Qianyu. Nai Qianyu took them sweetly and ate them in small bites. Little Orange took 2 bites and ate a few bites. Then, he asked breathlessly, Young Master Ren, Ren Xiaoxia, can you tell me now? After hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua said unhurriedly, What else is there to say? Since Little Yuer's 2 elder sisters are already married, this joust for a spouse will definitely go to you, the little miss. But just as Little Orange was about to ask, he heard Zhong Xiaohua continue, Although little Yu is too young for a joust for a spouse at the age of 12, if little Yu doesn't reveal her true age normally, not many people will know her true age. This way, your master's plan will succeed. Little Orange was also a smart person. After hearing this, how could he not know that this joust for a spouse had started 2 months ago when Nai Chenyu and Little Orange were attacked by bad people? His master must have wanted to give the bad people the false impression that Nai Chenyu had already returned to Rejuvenation Valley. But Little Orange immediately thought of something else and asked, what if the joust for a spouse ends tomorrow and the one to marry the little miss is chosen? What should we do? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, since your little miss is still young, we can just delay it for a few more years. Moreover, I'm sure your master has already thought this through. A living daughter is better than an invisible one. But Little Orange said another but Nai Chenyu stopped him and said, Little Orange, this is all father's painstaking arrangement. I'm sure he has a meticulous plan. Won't we know when we return tomorrow? Little Orange then muttered a few words, but Zhong Xiaohua didn't hear him clearly. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, anyway, no matter what, we will be able to see little Yu's nominal husband tomorrow. I don't know who has the ability to stand out from the crowd. After saying this, she looked at the dark buildings in the distance, without any light at all. But at this moment, a faint ray of moonlight shone through the window of the carriage, making Nai Chenyu's face pale. There was a small and shabby temple in the west. It was not big and was a little far from Morcho Lake, which was a rare sight in Morcho City. There was a large temple next to Morcho Lake. It was full of incense and even at night, there were people offering incense to Buddha. For a woman of Nai Chenyu's status, it was absolutely possible for her to spend the night outside the temple. However, Nai Chenyu had chosen this remote temple. They drove the carriage to the temple and tied it to a tree in front of the temple. Zhong Xiaohua led Nai Chenyu and Little Orange into the temple with candles and other things in their hands. There was a small courtyard in the temple, but the carriage couldn't enter. There was a small temple inside, and the light shone on the statue of an old man. He held a ball of thread in his hand and was looking forward with a smile. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know why there was a statue of neither Bodhisattva nor Buddha in this temple. But when she saw the 2 lifelike balls of red thread in the old man's hand, how could she not know who this old man was? It wasn't a temple, but a rare Moon Elder temple. Zhong Xiaohua sniffled and didn't say anything. She carefully put the red candle in her hand on the incense table in front of the Moon Elder and lit it. In an instant, a pale yellow light filled the entire small temple. Under the flickering candlelight, the benevolent old man behind the incense burner table looked very real. Nai Chenyu and Little Orange walked to the front and sat on the futon in front of the incense burner table. They put their palms together and murmured something. Zhong Xiaohua stood behind them with her arms crossed in front of her chest, watching silently. Suddenly, Nai Chenyu turned around and looked at her with hidden bitterness. Then, she kowtowed 9 times to the Moon Elder. Nai Chenyu's eyes were full of meaning. Her dark pupils seemed to be able to see straight into Zhong Xiaohua's heart. In that instant, Zhong Xiaohua's heart constricted. Looking at Nai Chenyu kowtowing so sincerely, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. Don't tell me I have feelings for this little girl who just turned 12. Quickly, Zhong Xiaohua shook her head. She was still underage. What was she thinking about? This little girl is also very precocious. How could I not see through her thoughts on the way here? It's just that. It's just that what? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't say it. She didn't have a blood feud, so she couldn't get married if she didn't take revenge. She also didn't have any great cause to restore her country, so she couldn't talk about feelings now. This little Yu was also very cute and intelligent. But what was she hesitating about? Was it a dream? The image that was deeply imprinted in her mind was also very cute, but she looked very strong. There was some confusion in her eyes, but she was also a girl who was tenacious. Dream, are you doing well in your hometown? Zhong Xiaohua was a little sad and absent-minded. Suddenly, she heard Nai Chenyu say, Brother Ren, don't you want to make a wish in front of the Moon Elder? The Moon Elder Temple in Mocho City is the most efficacious. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, 9 out of 10 things in the world are difficult to be perfect. How can the Moon Elder care about having a lover in the world? If we are fated to meet, we will meet even if we are thousands of miles away. But if we are not fated, even if I kowtow to the Moon Elder, how can I meet her? Nai Chenyu's little face was pale. Zhong Xiaohua said again, since little Yu said that the Moon Elder is efficacious, why is it so desolate? Why aren't there more offerings and worship? -3. Chapter 426. Nai Chenyu forced a smile and said, it is said that this Yu Laro temple was the place where Sorrowless kowtowed and made a wish. After she met Yi Feng, she came here with her Mr. Right to fulfill her wish. At that time, it was a sensation and the temple was very popular. However, Sorrowless was suppressed under the Frown Pagoda and the temple gradually became desolate. I see. Zhong Xiaohua frowned. Nai Chenyu continued, when I was young, I came here with my mother. I saw that the old man on the pagoda was very kind, so I bowed a few times. My mother said that I had fate with this Yu Laro temple, so I bowed directly to this Yu Laro. Aren't all the Yu Laro temples in the world the Yu Laro? What's the difference? Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled. Nai Chenyu said meaningfully, all the Yu Laro in the world look the same, but in my heart, there is only one. Zhong Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile, I don't think so. I still believe in fate. Nai Chenyu sighed softly and said, Brother Ren, it's just a thought. After that, she silently walked to the side. Little Orange glared at Zhong Xiaohua fiercely and said, Hero Ren, can you follow me to the carriage outside and bring some bedding here? In addition, I have to trouble you to find some dry straw. The ground is very wet. Even if you don't care about Miss, you won't watch her get cold. Zhong Xiaohua touched his nose and didn't argue with her. He just followed her out of the temple and moved everything in the carriage inside. Then, he went out to look for dry straw. Where could he find dry straw in this pitch-black night? It was obviously a little difficult for Little Orange, but for Zhong Xiaohua, it was really nothing. He slightly released his divine sense and found a village house not far away. Wasn't there a pile of straw behind the house? He pinched a spell and used Earth Escape to the bottom of the pile of straw. What he held was the dry straw. It had to be said that Zhong Xiaohua's method of using her divine sense was still quite improved. She would no longer run around like before. When they returned to the Moon Temple, Nai Chenyu laughed so hard that she swayed back and forth when she saw the straw on Zhong Xiaohua's head. She stepped forward and helped Zhong Xiaohua remove the straw from her head in a very virtuous manner, as if her resentment just now had disappeared. Zhong Xiaohua didn't avoid it, only letting her remove the straw on her head. Only then did she help the two of them make a straw nest. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua said, although it's already spring, the nights are cold. I'd better go get some dry wood and light a fire. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's back, Nai Chenyu sighed deeply. She didn't know how long this momentary happiness would last. Zhong Xiaohua was very capable. Not long after, she came back with a large pile of dry branches and started a fire in the middle of the Moon Temple. Outside the temple, the night gradually grew darker and colder. The bonfire inside the temple burned brightly, and the three people's faces were red. No one spoke, and they just sat there quietly, letting the dry branches in the fire crackle, as if telling them of their loneliness. Seeing that it was late, Nai Chenyu and Little Orange's eyes were a little blurred. Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the temple. Nai Chenyu was shocked and said, Brother Ren, what are you doing? This Moon Temple is quite big and is enough for us to use. Why do you have to go outside? No way, Little Fish Nai, men and women shouldn't be so close. Zhong Xiaohua said in surprise. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's slightly exaggerated tone, Nai Chenyu couldn't help but say, Little Orange is here too. It's not like a man and a woman are alone in a room. I'm not afraid, so why are you afraid? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, it's not appropriate for the three of us to be together. We still need other evidence. Little Orange smiled and said, you and Miss are chaste. I saw it with my own eyes. Didn't Brother Ren always say that God is watching what people do? What are you worried about? It's cold outside. Be careful of your body. My Miss will. Before he finished speaking, Nai Chenyu kicked his butt and said, "Little Orange, if you talk nonsense again, I'll kick you like Brother Ren." "Kick me?" Little Orange didn't understand and asked, "When did Brother Ren kick me?" "Hee." Nai Chenyu covered her mouth and laughed, "I'm not kicking you. I'm kicking the black horse pulling the carriage." "Miss, you." Little Orange was speechless. He was just expressing his miss's thoughts, but he was actually abused like this. Seeing the two laughing, Zhong Xiaohua didn't delay any longer and walked out. Seeing this, Nai Chenyu hurriedly got up and rushed out. When she reached the door, she saw a shocking scene. Zhong Xiaohua was holding the wheels of the carriage with both hands. He actually jumped over the wall easily and walked into the temple. Just how much arm strength was required to do this? Nai Chenyu was somewhat stunned. She had seen Zhong Xiaohua kill an enemy with a sword, but that was just a fight. She couldn't directly see the strength of Zhong Xiaohua's arm. However, at this time, he actually lifted the huge carriage easily and even used Qinggong to jump over the high wall. This was a real effect, which made her very surprised. When she saw Zhong Xiaohua walking over, she quickly dodged to the side and asked, "Brother Ren, your arm strength is so strong." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Little you although this carriage is big, it's actually very light. It's only made of wood." As he spoke, he put the carriage in front of the Moon Elder Temple and compared the width of the carriage. Zhong Xiaohua pushed the carriage into the temple and put it in a corner. At this time, the four odd beasts, Huan, also drove the black horse into the courtyard. Zhong Xiaohua waved at Huan, and the two animals came to him. Seeing this, Little Orange couldn't help but ask, "Brother Ren, you don't want to let these two animals stay in the Moon Elder Temple, right?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is Xiaoxia's intention. But their smell is very unpleasant." Little Orange was puzzled. Zhong Xiaohua said seriously, "Little Orange, you can't discriminate against them. These two animals have worked hard all the way here. They have pulled us for thousands of miles. The night is so cold. How can you bear to let them freeze outside?" "But..." Little Orange was a little anxious and said, "Aren't they usually in the stable? Isn't it just as cold there? You can let them stay in this courtyard, can't you?" Zhong Xiaohua still shook his head and said, "Didn't I just say that a gentleman doesn't bully a dark room? I'm afraid to stay with two beautiful girls like you. No matter what, I've studied the 3-character classic for a few months. Although there's a saying that it's expedient, I still think we should let these two guys be witnesses." "Ah!" Little Orange opened his mouth and pointed at the two animals and said, "Just the two of them? Can they do it?" Zhong Xiaohua said, "If you say they can, then they can. If you say they can, then they can. If you say they can't, then they can't. If they can, then they can't." Nai Chenyu smiled and said, "Brother Ren is really a gentleman. We'll do as you say." Little Orange was really speechless and muttered to himself, "Aren't you just deceiving yourself and others?" Zhong Xiaohua ignored him and led the two animals to a corner, tied them, and went out. Not long after, she got a pile of grass and threw it on the ground for them to eat slowly. Then, she turned around and gently closed the door of the Moon Elder Temple. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's skillful action of feeding the horses and finding the grass, Nai Chenyu and Little Orange almost thought, Brother Ren said at the beginning that he grew up in a mountain village. It's true. Who in Jianghu would be so skillful? Nai Chenyu even thought, if you're old and can't survive in Jianghu, you can find a mountain village to raise sheep and horses. It's also very promising. Zhong Xiaohua turned around and saw the two of them staring at him. He said shyly, "Ladies, don't stare at me so hard. I'll be embarrassed." Nai Chenyu and Little Orange curled their lips and turned back to the bedding that was already spread on the hay. Nai Chenyu asked shyly, "Brother Ren, where are you sleeping? Why didn't I take your things? I didn't get you any hay." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll sleep behind the Moon Elder Temple. It's quiet there. I'll leave this place to you." Nai Chenyu listened and said anxiously, "Brother Ren, it's cold at night. You'd better sleep next to the fire. Moreover, there's no hay behind and the ground is very wet." Zhong Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I'll meditate and practice outside. I'm not afraid of the cold. Nai Qianyu got up and moved half of the hay under her and said, Brother Ren, even if you meditate, you still need to use hay as a mat. Use mine. After taking away half of the hay, the bedding was not enough and half of it was spread on the ground. Seeing this, Little Orange hurriedly got up and wanted to move his hay over. Zhong Xiaohua was very happy, but he smiled bitterly and said, It's okay. I remember that there's a futon in the carriage. I'll use it. After saying this, he walked quickly to the front of the carriage. When they were not paying attention, he took out the dark green futon from his money bag and held it up to Nai Qianyu and said, This will do. I'm just sitting. I don't need so much. Nai Qianyu and Little Orange had never seen a futon in the carriage. They were very strange to see it now. However, they were not familiar with chores and thought that it was just under the carriage. Therefore, they did not ask much. Zhong Xiaohua turned around and sat behind the Moon Elder. The futon was unusually soft and warm. It was very comfortable. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but smile. He had really found a treasure. Nai Qianyu and Little Orange saw that Zhong Xiaohua turned around and did not come back. They knew that he was meditating and did not dare to disturb him. They lay under the bedding and silently watched the bonfire burning. They did not want to say a word. Both of them were full of worries. After watching for a while, their eyes became sleepy and they fell asleep in a daze. After a while, it was late at night. Zhong Xiaohua opened his eyes and turned to the front. He looked at the two sleeping soundly and smiled. He then took out several dark green jade pieces and threw them at various places in the Moon Elder Temple. Then, he made a gesture and sent them in all directions. In his spiritual sense, the jade pieces emitted a faint fluctuation of vitality. An invisible cover was produced from each jade piece and slowly gathered. It formed a semicircular cover in the Moon Elder Temple and covered everything in the temple. The formation was actually similar to the 3 talents formation in the past. -3. Chapter 427. It was already late at night. The sorrowless lake was still rippling in the breeze. The moon was half hidden in the dark clouds, revealing a bit of brilliance. The entire earth was in deep slumber. At this moment, a black shadow appeared from somewhere. It first quietly crouched on the roof and observed for a moment. Then, it suddenly got up and went to a place like a snake to hide. After a while, it revealed itself again and went straight to the west of the city. When the black shadow came to the side of a forest beside the Moon Elder Temple, it stopped and opened its mouth. A strange bird cry sounded, and immediately after, there was a response from the forest. After a few breaths, the black shadow flashed into the forest. Inside, there was a thin and tall man who was also dressed in night clothes standing there quietly. The black shadow that came later was also well built. However, he was slightly shorter than the man in front. He went forward and bowed. This humble one greets Lord Jingzhe. The black shadow called Jingzhe waved his hand and said, There's no need to be so polite. Tomorrow is the last day of the Rejuvenation Valley's joust for a spouse. Are you ready? Please rest assured, Lord Jingzhe. This humble one has been preparing since I received the order from the sect 2 months ago. If it wasn't for the fact that I can only go on stage on the last day, this humble one would have already killed everyone. Haha, Jingzhe laughed and said, I'm relieved that you have such confidence. Letting you go on stage for the joust for a spouse was only a last resort. How could we let you go on stage right away? It seems that the other brothers in the sect didn't succeed, so we had no choice but to use Lord Jingzhe's plan. Jingzhe waved his hand and said, It's not that I have any foresight. It's just that ever since that girl flashed in Tanha City, she disappeared without a trace. The entire sect has used countless people, but they still couldn't get any news. Not long after, news of the joust for a spouse came from the Rejuvenation Valley. All the elders in the sect thought that old Nai had already taken his daughter back and wanted to use this opportunity to expand their strength. Only our Grand Commander stood his ground and thought that this was just an act by old Nai to cover up his daughter who had escaped to who knows where. Only then did the sect leader order to send more people to search. The 12th of February said cautiously, The Grand Commander is truly a god. Sigh, although the Grand Commander is a strategist, the distance between Tanha City and Worry City is so far. There are countless roads that lead to it. We are also not the government, so we can't set up checkpoints to check them one by one. How can we take care of everything? Even now, it's been several months, and we still haven't found the slightest trace of Miss Nye's whereabouts. Even the Grand Commander thinks that Old Man Nye's joust for marriage is real. Heh, Grand Commander worries too much. Even if it's true, as long as we obtain the position of son-in-law, won't Rejuvenation Valley still fall into the palms of Grand Commander's hands? On the 12th of February, you must not be careless. Old Nye's Rejuvenation Valley has many factions of the Jianghu keeping a close eye on it. Your talent, appearance, and martial arts are all outstanding among the younger generation, but you must not be careless in the slightest. If you are careless and fail miserably, ruining the Grand Commander's plans, don't blame me for being merciless. The 12th of February immediately saluted and said, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate will definitely do his best." At this point, he opened his mouth again, as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Jingzhe smiled and said, "I only want you to not be careless and fight for this position with all your strength. I don't know what other methods the Grand Commander has, or what other countermeasures the sect elders have. In any case, as long as you obtain first place, you will certainly have done a great service to the sect. Naturally, you will be rewarded handsomely." The 12th of February said in panic, "This subordinate understands. This subordinate dares not have any other thoughts." Jingzhe continued, "Old Man Nye's joust has been set up for nearly 2 months. There are many people qualified to compete tomorrow, but we have yet to see Miss Nye's whereabouts. Rejuvenation Valley has also been very strict recently. There has not been the slightest bit of news. It is truly difficult to predict where Miss Nye is." The 12th of February also said, "Darren is extremely correct. If she is not in Rejuvenation Valley, then where has this girl run off to? She actually caused us to suffer a setback." Suddenly, the 12th of February said in astonishment, "Darren, could it be that the girl has already lost her life?" Jingzhe smiled and said, "It is extremely possible. However, even if that girl has lost her life, I wonder how Old Man Nye's joust will end. You should go up the stage. Old Man Nye may conjure up Miss Nye in the end. It doesn't matter who it is. You just need to enter Rejuvenation Valley." The 12th of February said, "I will solemnly obey Darren's command. This Old Man Nye is also extremely cunning. The Nye family's third miss has never shown her face. Very few people in the southern Wulin have seen her true appearance. If we had not been fortunate enough to obtain this information this time, we might not have known that the extremely ordinary little girl was Rejuvenation Valley's third miss. That's right. No one would have thought that Old Man Nye would actually let the third miss, whom no one has ever seen before, handle such an extremely important matter. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, virtue is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall." It was the Grand Commander who devised the strategy and played Rejuvenation Valley in the palm of his hand. Ari, that's right. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of a martial arts expert, we would have already succeeded. Forget it, let's not talk about it. You should go back and rest early so that you can win the joust tomorrow and become Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law. When the time comes, I will still attend your wedding. Yes, when the time comes, this subordinate will definitely personally invite Darren. Millimeter, you can go now." The 12th of February bowed in salute and left using his qinggong. Lord Jingzhe looked around and then looked at the Moon Elder Temple not far away in the darkness. He sighed and said, "Luxurious places show signs of decline. This Moon Elder Temple was also prosperous for a time in the past. Today, it has declined greatly. Not a single person has offered incense or made a wish. Why didn't we let the 12th of February go in and make a wish? I wonder if it is still effective now." After he finished speaking, he floated away. It was actually a top-notch qinggong. Like a wisp of smoke, he left. In the Moon Elder Temple, the 2 animals had already stopped chewing and were standing quietly. The 2 girls in the bedding were softly snoring and sleeping soundly. The bonfire next to them was also about to burn out, emitting a dark red color. Zhong Xiaohua, who was behind the Moon Elder Temple, was sitting cross-legged. The energy waves on her body surged endlessly. At the same time, in the hall of a manor a few dozen li to the west of Sorrow City, a man with dark hair and a beard was in high spirits. It was impossible to tell his age. He was sitting on a chair in the middle of the hall with a worried expression. His brows were furrowed and no one knew what he was thinking. The reason why it was impossible to tell his age was that the man's hand that was holding the teacup had delicate skin. It was even somewhat fair. His face was also well maintained and looked to be in the prime of his life. However, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, the wrinkles on his forehead, and the vicissitudes of life in his eyes all indicated that this middle-aged man had experienced many years. He was definitely not a middle-aged man. At this time, from the back of the hall, a girl in her 20s came in. She was dressed like a married woman and her brows were also tightly furrowed. When she saw the man in front of the hall, she hurriedly came over and saluted. "Father, you haven't slept yet?" The man did not seem to have heard the footsteps of the person who came. When the voice sounded, he turned around in surprise. When he saw the person who came, he sighed slightly and said, "It's Chenrong. Aren't you also not sleeping? Where's Yang Qi?" There was a hint of age in his voice. The woman also forced a smile and said, "Yang Qi played crazily for a day and is already tired. Zhong Lin told him a story at night and he went to bed early. You also go to sleep. Father just wants some peace and quiet. It's not a big deal." Sigh, "Father, don't force yourself. Tomorrow is the last day of the marriage contest. Chenyu hasn't appeared yet." I think, at this point, she could not continue. These two people were actually Nai Chenyu's father, Valley Master Nai, and her sister, Nai Chenrong. Valley Master Nai said miserably, "Although Little Yu's talent is outstanding and she is exceptionally intelligent, but extreme intelligence leads to injury. Her health has not been good since she was young and she is weak and sickly. Fortunately, our Rejuvenation Valley does not have anything else. We have all kinds of immortal herbs and spirit medicines. That's why we raised her until now. Thinking about it, raising her was much more difficult than raising you two sisters." Nai Chenrong comforted, "Father, don't worry too much. Didn't the fortune teller tell my sister's fortune before? How can a peaceful fate be so early?" Valley Master Nai opened his mouth and forced a smile. "The heavens are jealous of beauty. With your sister's talent, even the heavens will be jealous." Sigh, "I was also careless. We allowed her to do such an important thing. My sister has a strong personality. She has always lived in the valley and always wanted to contribute to the valley. That's why she took on this difficult task. However, my sister is right. She has never appeared in front of ordinary people. She is the most suitable person to do this. Father, your decision was not wrong. But someone found out. I don't know which force has such strength. Not only did they find out the details of Rejuvenation Valley's operation this time, they also found out Little Yu's true appearance and even chased her for thousands of miles." Nai Chenrong also frowned and said doubtfully, "Yes, this force appeared suddenly. We didn't get any information at all. Even after 2 months, we still can't find any useful information. No matter how mysterious the force is, as long as they want to reach out and get some benefits from Rejuvenation Valley, they will be exposed sooner or later. I'm not worried about this. However, there has been no news of Little Yu for several months. We don't know whether she is alive or not. Father, from the other party's reaction, my sister shouldn't have fallen into their hands. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to search all the way. Even the people we sent were killed by them. Yes, it's because of this that I quickly withdrew my people and held this martial arts competition to show the entire Jianghu that Little Yu has returned to Rejuvenation Valley. We are celebrating for her. Father, maybe my sister has something else to do, or she was saved by someone else. With my sister's intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for her to hide from the enemy. It has been more than 2 months. If she could come back, she should have come back long ago. I calculated her time and that's why I set the date of the martial arts competition to tomorrow. Sigh, there is still a problem. If the winner is decided tomorrow, how will father become my sister out of thin air? -3. Chapter 428. When Valley Master Nai heard this, he relaxed and said, "When I was thinking about this plan that day, I had already thought it through and made 2 arrangements. 2 months is enough for little Yu to return to Rejuvenation Valley. If she can come back, it will be perfect. First, it will push little Yu to the front and officially let the people of Jianghu know her. Second, it will also help her find a good husband. It can be considered as fulfilling your mother's last wish, and father will also have one less worry." Nai Chenrong wiped her tears and said, "Mother loved little sister the most. I remember that year, she was worried about little sister's marriage and personally took her to the Moon Elder Temple in Worry City to make a wish." "Ah, yes." Valley Master Nai's gaze passed through the hall and looked at the silent night sky outside the room. He said, "After tomorrow, little Yu will not be able to go to the Moon Elder Temple to make a wish. Father, don't be sad. Isn't there still one more day tomorrow? Perhaps when the martial arts competition ends tomorrow, little sister will be able to come back in time and see the son-in-law that father has chosen for her with a smile on her face." "Ha ha, I hope so." Valley Master Nai had clearly passed the age of daydreaming. He sighed, "Miracles, I have long stopped believing in miracles. I only hope that little Yu can return safely. No matter how long it takes, I am willing to wait." Just as he was speaking, a voice sounded, "Father, my condolences." The two turned around and another woman who looked similar to Nai Chenrong walked over. It was Nai Chenyu's second sister, Nai Chenxiu. Valley Master Nai frowned and said, "Chenxiu, why aren't you asleep?" "Can I sleep?" "Father, little sister hasn't returned for several months and tomorrow is a big event for Rejuvenation Valley. There are many things in and out of the valley and you don't have the heart to manage them. I can only reluctantly do it." Valley Master Nai looked apologetically at Nai Chenrong and Nai Chenxiu and said, "It has been hard on you during this period of time. You came back from your husband's home and helped me take care of the affairs in the valley. After this period of time, I should also rest." Nai Chenrong quickly said, "Father, you are not old. My father-in-law is several years older than you. Isn't he also leading a group of brothers in Jianghu? Our Rejuvenation Valley is blessed by nature and has always been neutral, so we don't have to worry about major events happening." But Nai Chenxiu snorted lightly and said, "Big sister's words are wrong. Be vigilant in times of peace. If we weren't too careless, little sister wouldn't have ended up like this." Nai Chenrong frowned and was about to defend herself when she heard Nai Chenxiu turn her head and ask Valley Master Nai, "Father, your plan of choosing a spouse through the martial arts competition is about to fail. I have tried to dissuade you several times that day but you just don't listen. If we choose a good son-in-law tomorrow, there will be another force joining our Rejuvenation Valley. Won't we be dividing our own strength for no reason? Benefiting others? It would be fine if little sister was here, but you clearly don't have a living person. I don't know how you're going to deal with this." Valley Head Nai was a little angry. He glared at her and asked, "Chen Xiu, why are you so sure that your little sister won't come back? Is this your own idea or Chong Sheng's?" Nai Chenxiu was stunned for a moment and replied firmly, "Of course it's my idea. I also hope that little sister will come back. But it's already been more than 2 months. If she wanted to come back, she would have come back long ago. Why wait until now? The point is, Father, if there is a young master from a sect that we can't afford to offend tomorrow, our Rejuvenation Valley will be in danger of being destroyed." Valley Head Nai smiled and said, "Chenxiu, go back and rest. It's Rejuvenation Valley that will be destroyed. It has nothing to do with the Steel Rider Hall. You're already married. The Steel Rider Hall naturally has nothing to do with Rejuvenation Valley." Hearing this, Nai Chenxiu bit her lips and said, "Father, don't provoke me with these words. I'll go back first. Let's talk about it after we deal with the predicament tomorrow." Looking at Nai Chenxiu's departing figure, Valley Head Nai sighed deeply and shook his head. Nai Chenrong comforted him, "Father, don't be angry. Second sister is doing it for the good of Rejuvenation Valley. What she said may not be wrong. You should think more about it. It's fine if you don't listen. Now that second sister is also the young mistress of the Steel Rider Hall, her vision is naturally different and she thinks more." Valley Head Nai smiled faintly and said, "I'm not angry. I just feel that Qianxiu wasn't like this before. How did she become like this after only being in the Steel Rider Hall for a few years? I don't know how Chongsheng influenced her. Is this the so-called leaning in with one's own elbow? Nai Qianrong smiled and said, Father, what are you saying? Then isn't your daughter also selfish? Valley Head Nai didn't know whether to shake his head or nod. He said, if you have selfish motives, Father won't blame you. You just have to put Rejuvenation Valley in your heart. You're not like some people who don't have Rejuvenation Valley in their hearts. These words had a deeper meaning and Nai Qianrong really didn't know how to respond. For Rejuvenation Valley, tonight was destined to be a night of sleepless sleep. It was the last day of Rejuvenation Valley's martial competition for marriage. Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes along with the rising sun. She put away the primeval stones in her hands and the corners of her mouth revealed a smug smile. Of course, last night was just to deceive people. She took out the dark green grass praying mat that she obtained from the mysterious bronze-masked old man and sat on it to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. But she didn't expect that the grass praying mat was made of an unknown material that had the effect of calming the mind. Not only could it speed up the refinement of the qi in her body, it even increased the speed at which she absorbed the qi from the primeval stones by 2 points. Picking up the light praying mat from the ground, Zhong Xiaohua didn't see any abnormalities no matter if she used her eyes or divine sense to examine it. Zhong Xiaohua could only sigh inwardly and said, this item of the immortal Tao is really too magical. With the assistance of this item, the cultivation of the immortal Tao can be expected to progress by leaps and bounds. Zhong Xiaohua put away the jade pieces that were arranged around the Moon Elder Temple and removed the formation. She then went out to find some green grass to feed the black horse and the odd beasts. Only then did she come to the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. Usually, at this time, Nai Qianyu and Little Orange would have gotten up and waited for Zhong Xiaohua to finish practicing the fist technique. Then, they would eat together and prepare the carriage for the journey. But today, after Zhong Xiaohua finished practicing the fist technique, she waited for a while but still didn't hear any movements in the Moon Elder Temple. She could only walk in and listen to the slight snoring inside. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. She slept very late last night and this was the carefree city that they had lived in since they were young. The mountains, the water, and the aura were all familiar and missed. Moreover, she could return home when she woke up. The burden in her heart had been lifted, so how could she not fall into a deep sleep? After thinking, Zhong Xiaohua didn't disturb them. She also didn't disturb the black horse and the odd beasts. She gently closed the door of the temple and took out the grass praying mat. She sat cross-legged in front of the door and comprehended the way of heaven in her heart. Speaking of this green grass praying mat, she didn't know what it was. When she practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra last night, it could increase the speed of the absorption of primordial qi. The effect of clearing the heart and calming the mind was secondary. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua was comprehending the way of heaven. The effect of clearing the heart and calming the mind was very obvious. Many things that were rather obscure a few days ago actually showed signs of smoothness. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed. She immediately focused her mind and seized the time to comprehend. After an unknown period of time, she heard a noise behind her. Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes and left with a smile. That simple posture of getting up seemed so harmonious and natural. At this time, the Moon Elder Temple was in a mess. Nai Qianyu shouted, "Little Orange, what time is it? Why hasn't Brother Ren woken up yet? Why don't you go back and take a look? That's not good, miss. Who knows what he looks like now? If it's inconvenient, it won't be good. Ayo, don't worry about it. The sun is high up in the sky. It's definitely not early." Before she finished, Zhong Xiaohua knocked on the temple door and asked, "Have the two ladies in the temple woken up? I've been waiting outside for a long time." Brother Ren? Nai Qianyu and Little Orange were stunned. Immediately, Nai Qianyu patted her head and said, "Look at me. I panicked when I saw that it was not early. Why didn't I remember that Brother Ren always woke up earlier than us? Brother Ren, wait a moment. We'll go out immediately." Zhong Xiaohua shook her head, "Sigh, I'm still inexperienced." Can't you see that the black horse is eating fresh grass? Moreover, we rested in the same room last night. Now I have to wait for a while." Sure enough, not long after, the two opened the door and walked out with flushed faces. They scolded, "Brother Wren, what time is it now? Why didn't you wake us up earlier?" Little Orange even shouted, "If you don't make it in time for the marriage contest today, let's see how Miss will deal with you." Ah! Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head a little. Nai Chenyu's face was a little pale and she was also a little anxious. She said, "Don't say so many useless things. Brother Wren, hurry to Rejuvenation Valley. If the contest isn't over, then..." She glanced at Zhong Xiaohua and gritted her teeth. "I'll quickly ask my father to cancel this competition." Zhong Xiaohua smiled as she pulled the carriage out of the Moon Elder Temple. "That's right. Little Fishnai, how old are you? It's still too early to talk about marriage. Although this marriage contest is one of your father's plans, since you're back, you should quit while you're ahead." Nai Chenyu bit her lip and said, "I'll do as Brother Wren says." After tidying up the carriage and throwing all the bedding on it, Nai Chenyu looked anxious. In her heart, she was already home. What was the use of these things? Just leave them in the Moon Elder Temple. However, these were all done by Zhong Xiaohua herself. How could Nai Chenyu say no? It wasn't easy to get on the black horse. Nai Chenyu pointed out the way. Zhong Xiaohua lightly patted the black horse's butt. The black horse seemed to know Nai Chenyu's mood and quickly headed west. Out of Worry City, there were countless willows by the roadside. There were also many rivers, small boats, and small bridges. Here, small boats and carriages were used for the same purpose. Most of the time, boats were faster than carriages. After walking for 2 meals, the sun was already overhead. Zhong Xiaohua didn't feel anything, but Nai Chenyu was already sweating profusely. She didn't know whether it was because of the hot weather or because she was anxious. -3. Chapter 429. There were 2 forks in front of them. Zhong Xiaohua stopped the carriage. Nai Chenyu thought for a while and pointed to one of the paths. "Brother Wren, let's take this path. The one on the left is the main road to the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. The arena for the martial arts competition must be in front of the entrance of the valley. Let's take this path. Although it's a side door, at least it's quiet and won't be seen by others." Nai Chenyu knew that this martial arts competition for a groom was a cover for her father. If she was seen returning from outside the valley, it would be hard to avoid criticism. Moreover, didn't she want her father to stop? Zhong Xiaohua nodded and drove the carriage to the path on the right. The path was quiet and the trees beside it were lush. There were also many weeds and wildflowers on the ground. From time to time, the sound of the rushing river could be heard. It was really a beautiful scene. After a short while, Zhong Xiaohua released her divine sense. Sure enough, not far ahead, there was a huge manor built against a mountain. The mountain was a continuous mountain range. The mountain range was lush and there were many plants. The mountain range seemed to be divided into 2 at the place where the manor was built. There was a deep valley behind the manor. Zhong Xiaohua thought, this deep valley should be the name of Rejuvenation Valley. She continued to observe. The manor was actually several times larger than Huanxi Manor. Not only were there pavilions, terraces, and corridors, there were even more planted herbs and wild animals in captivity. It looked green and full of vitality. It really deserved the name Rejuvenation. Zhong Xiaohua secretly praised in her heart. The person in this manor must be an outstanding person. Looking at the gate on the left, sure enough, there was a huge arena set up in front of the gate of the manor. There were 2 fluttering red flags hanging on it. The words martial arts competition and martial arts competition for a groom were written on them. Below the arena, there were countless small tents surrounded by many people. They should be the resting places of different forces. On the arena, there were 2 handsome young men, each holding a weapon and fighting happily. Inside the arena, there was a row of martial artists of different heights and sizes. They were all dressed differently. They were watching the fight in the arena with great interest. They were whispering to each other from time to time. They seemed to be the judges of the arena. Beside the judges sat a white-haired old man. He was frowning as he watched the fight. He did not seem to be very happy. Is this Nai Xiaoyu's father? He doesn't look like him. Fortunately, Rejuvenation Valley is big enough for so many people to camp in front of the manor. But Rejuvenation Valley is a bit stingy. I don't see anything to entertain them. They came from afar, why don't they provide wine and good food? Or put the arena in the manor? Zhong Xiaohua was cursing in her heart when she suddenly felt someone spying on them from the forest. She used her divine sense and found that the person was dressed in his usual clothes and didn't wear a mask. Maybe it's a guard from Rejuvenation Valley? Sure enough, after the carriage traveled for a while, it was almost in front of that person. That person jumped out and shouted, "Who are you? What business do you have in Rejuvenation Valley? If it's a martial arts competition for a groom, please go to the manor's main gate." Zhong Xiaohua stopped the black horse and was about to answer when Xiao Juzi jumped out of the carriage. Seeing that the guard in front of her didn't seem familiar, she could only call out, "I'm Mrs. Servant Girl. My name is Xiao Juzi. Where is your head guard, Qian Wufeng?" When the guard heard that this girl knew Qian Wufeng, he didn't dare to slight her and said, "My captain is guarding the arena at the front gate." "Sister, which miss are you?" Before he could finish his words, Nai Qianyu, who was in the carriage, could no longer sit still. She lifted the curtain, stuck her head out and shouted, "It's my girl. Why don't you go and report to the Valley Master that I'm back?" Nai Qianyu usually didn't show her face in the valley and the guard had only seen her a few times. But looking at the face of Valley Master Nai Qianrong, and Nai Qianxiu, how could he not know who she was? A surprised smile flashed across the guard's face and he shouted, "Is it third miss? Take your time. I'll report to the Valley Master immediately. The Valley Master has already ordered that as long as we see Miss return, we must protect you." Nai Qianyu scolded, "No need. Hurry and tell the Valley Master that I'm back. Let him know immediately. Also, don't spread the news that I'm back. I think you also know about the main gate." The guard thought for a moment and said, "Okay, third miss. I'll go immediately." After he finished speaking, he used his qinggong and rushed back. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the disappearing figure and said with a smile, "Little fish Nai, I didn't expect you to have such a high prestige in the valley." This guard didn't even listen to the old Valley Master's orders. Then, without waiting for Nai Qianyu's reply, she said thoughtfully, "A guard like this who can immediately distinguish priorities is really good. From this point, your Rejuvenation Valley's strength is indeed extraordinary." At first, Nai Qianyu thought that Zhong Xiaohua was mocking her, but after hearing the last sentence, she smiled and said, "That's right. Although my Rejuvenation Valley isn't some super large sect, we've been operating in the southern martial arts world for many years. We still have this bit of foundation." "That's right, little fish Nai, this guard doesn't seem to know you. No matter what, you're still the number 5 person in Rejuvenation Valley." "Oh, number 3 person. Number 5. Number 3? Nai Qianyu was startled and immediately understood. She covered her mouth and laughed, "I'm now the number 2 person in the valley." Zhong Xiaohua was also startled and asked in confusion, "Doesn't your mother count?" Nai Qianyu said faintly, "Mother has already passed away many years ago." "Oh." Zhong Xiaohua somewhat understood, but she didn't say much. She only started the carriage and sped along the small road. Not long after, many men with weapons in their hands rushed over from all over the front. They didn't speak much and formed a circle around the carriage. Zhong Xiaohua knew that these were the guards of Rejuvenation Valley, so she didn't ask much and only urged the carriage forward. Soon, the side door of Rejuvenation Valley was in front of them. As soon as the carriage stopped, a man who didn't look old rushed out of the manor with qinggong. Nai Qianyu poked her head out of the carriage. When she saw the person, she immediately cried out, "Father!" "Ah!" Zhong Xiaohua was startled. This person didn't look old. How could he be Nai Qianyu's father? Why did the person in the arena look more like Nai Qianyu's father than the one in front of her? The person who rushed out was Valley Master Nai. When he saw that his most beloved daughter had finally appeared in front of him alive and well with a face full of tears, He naturally knew that his precious daughter had suffered a lot. He couldn't help but tear up. He stepped forward and pulled Nai Chenyu down from the carriage. He held her tightly in his arms and said, "Little you, you're finally back. Father is so sorry to have made you do such a dangerous thing. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to explain to your mother who passed away early." Hearing the word mother, Nai Chenyu seemed to have poked at the weakness in her heart and cried even more. Little Orange's face was also full of tears. She kept wiping them, as if she had also suffered a lot. After a while, two women dressed as women rushed out of the door. Zhong Xiaohua looked at them and saw that they looked very similar to Nai Chenyu. Needless to say, they were Nai Chenyu's two older sisters. When the two saw their younger sister who had been missing for a long time, they were happy and their tears naturally fell. They walked forward and held their younger sister's hands, unwilling to let go. When Zhong Xiaohua saw that the family was crying sadly, she couldn't help but think of her second brother. She felt a little impatient. She had finally fulfilled a man's promise and sent this 12-year-old girl back in one piece. Next, she should return to Songning Town and look for Xiaohua Ji to see if he had received any news from the Misty School. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua coughed and said, "Nai Chenyu." When she heard Zhong Xiaohua call her name, Nai Chenyu raised her tear-stained face and asked curiously, "Big brother Ren?" Valley Master Nai also came back to his senses and wiped his tears. He looked at Zhong Xiaohua and then at Nai Chenyu with some questions. Who knew that Nai Chenyu didn't care about Valley Master Nai's gaze and only looked at Zhong Xiaohua's clear eyes. Zhong Xiaohua cupped his hands towards Valley Master Nai and greeted, "This must be Valley Master Nai." When Valley Master Nai heard this, he understood that this seemingly ordinary youth wasn't simply a carriage driver. Perhaps he wasn't the benefactor who saved his daughter, but at least he was the one who sent his daughter back. He hurriedly returned the greeting, "This is Xiaoxia, I am." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "This is good. Since Miss Nai has been sent to Rejuvenation Valley and into the hands of Valley Master Nai, then I can rest assured. I still have an extremely important matter to attend to and can't stay here for long. Please forgive me, Valley Master. I will take my leave now." After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the four odd beasts. What kind of person was Valley Master Nai? Although he didn't understand the situation, when he saw that this youth was about to leave after sending his daughter back, he was already very happy. He hadn't seen many people with such noble character and unquestionable integrity in his life, so how could he let him leave so easily? Valley Master Nai's hand was as fast as lightning and his right hand grabbed towards Zhong Xiaohua's wrist. Of course, his purpose was only to grab onto Zhong Xiaohua and not let him leave. However, the wrist was a vital part of the body. How could Zhong Xiaohua let him do as he wished? However, after thinking about it, he didn't have any evil intentions. He only moved his wrist slightly and dodged Valley Master Nai's hand. Valley Master Nai was also stunned. He never thought that his grab would be dodged by a young junior. At this time, Nai Chenyu, who was beside Valley Master Nai, also called out, "Big brother Ren, don't be anxious." After speaking, she also grabbed onto Zhong Xiaohua's sleeve. "My God, Tilda," Zhong Xiaohua secretly said, "why do both father and daughter have the same thoughts?" Zhong Xiaohua wanted to flick his sleeve to dodge, but looking at Nai Chenyu's pleading eyes, he couldn't flick his sleeve away no matter what. What should he do? Zhong Xiaohua was a little depressed. -3. Chapter 430. Nai Chenyu grabbed Zhong Xiaohua's sleeve and asked, "Big brother Ren, I can't thank you enough for sending us back, but you should at least take a rest in our valley and let me do my part as a host. What do you think?" Zhong Xiaohua looked at the little hand that was tightly grabbing his sleeve and smiled bitterly. Miss Nai, it's not that I don't want to stay, but I do have something very important to do. This matter concerns the lives of my family members, so I can't waste any more time. One day, Big brother Ren, just one day. Is that okay?" Nai Chenyu wanted to cry again. Little Orange walked to Nai Chenyu's side and whispered, "Young Master Ren, you've taken care of us a lot along the way. If you leave now, Miss will remember it for the rest of her life. She will regret it every moment that she can't repay the kindness of her savior." If you want her to regret it for the rest of her life, you can turn around now. Nai Chenyu's intelligence had already lost a lot at this moment. It was Little Orange who immediately grasped Zhong Xiaohua's weakness. Zhong Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. Returning to Songning town wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Moreover, whether or not the disciples of the ethereal sect could deliver the message was another matter altogether. One day wasn't a big deal. At this moment, Nai Chenyu's two elder sisters also saw some clues and knew that this young man must be their younger sister's savior. They both went forward and asked, "Little you, why don't you introduce him to your elder sisters?" Nai Chenyu's face was a little hot as she introduced, "Elder sister, second sister, this is Ren Xiaoyao and Ren Xiaoxia. He saved us in Tanhe City and escorted us all the way back." Then she turned to Zhong Xiaohua and introduced, "This is my elder sister, Nai Chenrong, and second sister, Nai Chenxiu." Zhong Xiaohua also hurriedly saluted. Tanhe City. Not only were Nai Chenyu's two sisters shocked, even Valley Head Nai was shocked. They had thought that this young man had brought Nai Chenyu back along the way, but if he had interfered in this matter in Tanhe City, and thinking about how Zhong Xiaohua had dodged his attack, Valley Head Nai's heart could not help but turn upside down. This Ren Xiaoyao, which sect's young master is he from? Why don't I have any impression of him? Nai Chenrong and Nai Chenxiu also knew that Tanhe City was very far away from here. This meant that it was this extremely ordinary young man who took care of their little sister during her disappearance for more than 2 months. The two hurriedly bowed again and said, "We sisters will remember Ren Xiaoxia's righteousness." Zhong Xiaohua said that she did not dare to and was about to say something when Valley Head Nai smiled and said, "Since Ren Xiaoxia has already agreed to rest for a day, then there's no need to say anything more. Come, follow me into the villa." This time he did not grab Zhong Xiaohua's wrist and only made a please gesture. Zhong Xiaohua cursed in her heart, "Valley Head Nai, when did I agree? I'm still thinking about it." But since he had already invited her so warmly, Zhong Xiaohua could not refuse. Moreover, her sleeve was still being pulled by Nai Chenyu. "Forget it, let's just go in." Zhong Xiaohua could not go first and modestly declined. Valley Head Nai could only lead the way and Zhong Xiaohua then led the 4 odd beasts into the villa. Nai Chenyu saw that Zhong Xiaohua was so gentle and humble and her heart was already happy. The smile on her face was like a flower. Nai Chenrong was happy but Nai Chenxiu frowned slightly. After entering the villa, Zhong Xiaohua knew why Valley Head Nai was late until the carriage arrived at the entrance of the villa. In his spiritual sense, he already knew that the villa was huge, but when he actually walked in, he really knew what it meant to be big. After walking for the time to drink a cup of tea, they arrived in front of a very wide hall. There were 3 big words in the hall, Rejuvenation Hall. Valley Head Nai smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, please come to the hall for tea." Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was still holding the 4 odd beasts, he said, "Xiaoxia, please leave the 4 odd beasts to the servants. My Rejuvenation Valley also has 4 odd beasts and they will not neglect it." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's good. Thank you for the trouble." Then she took the long sword from the 4 odd beasts and handed Huan to the family behind her. Then they came to the hall and found a seat to sit down. The family served tea and Valley Head Nai naturally asked about Nai Chenyu's experience during this time. Nai Chenyu smiled and said, "Father, don't worry. I have done what you asked me to do." There were many twists and turns on the road back from Tanhe City. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. I think it's better to wait until I have time to tell father and sister. Now let's solve the matter in front of us first. The matter in front of us? Valley Head Nai couldn't help but slap his forehead and said, "Seeing little you come back, I was so happy that I forgot that there is another happy event waiting for us in front of our mountain villa." Then he smiled and said to Nai Chenyu, "Little you are not young anymore. It's time to talk about marriage. Father thought you were young and was reluctant to let you leave home. This time, something happened to you. Father took the initiative and organized this martial arts competition for marriage for you. I believe that with your intelligence, you must know Father's good intentions. I was worried that you wouldn't come back and would be exposed. Now it's good that you are back safely. The martial arts competition is also on the last day and the most outstanding candidate will be chosen. It can be said that we have the best of both worlds. Zhong Xiaohua was surprised when she heard this. Could it be that the rules of Sorrow City are not as strict as Lu Town and Guozhuang House? Girls can talk about marriage at the age of 12? Yes, it must be. However, why do I feel that it is a bit awkward for little Yu to choose her husband? It's really strange. Father, when mother left, didn't she say that this matter of a husband must be approved by me? I know your painstaking efforts, but I still want to stay in Rejuvenation Valley for a few more years. Let's end the martial arts competition here. When Nai Qianxiu heard this, she frowned and said, "Little sister's words are making things difficult for father. Father has been painstakingly thinking of a good plan for you and has been busy for over 2 months. Only then has there not been any flaws in this joust for marriage. If you stop now, what should father do?" Nai Qianyu shook her head and said, "Whoever wants to marry can marry. In any case, I will stay in the valley." Nai Qianxiu heard this and raised her eyebrows. "That's fine. It's also good to just find a son-in-law." Nai Qianyu shook her head and said, "Of course not. Second sister, even if I don't marry, I won't find anyone." Nai Qianrong looked at Valley Head Nai with a wry smile and didn't say anything. Valley Head Nai said with a kind face, Okay. If little Yu says she doesn't want it, then she doesn't want it." Then he said to Nai Qianrong and Nai Qianxiu, "Fortunately, I already had a plan when I first came up with this plan. It is feasible to use it now." Then he waved his hand and said to the family next to him, "Mormei, come here." "Yes, master." A pretty girl with delicate features walked up to him. "Do you still remember what I told you before?" "Yes, master. From now on, you are my adoptive father. This martial arts competition for a spouse is for your daughter's marriage, not for your third miss." Ah! Not only Zhong Xiaohua, but the 3 Nai sisters were all flabbergasted. This martial arts competition could even involve switching people. Understanding her father's meaning, Nai Qianxiu immediately cried out, "Father, absolutely not." "Why not? When I held this martial arts competition for a spouse, I didn't say which miss would be chosen as a husband. Mormei is my adoptive daughter, so of course she is a miss of Rejuvenation Valley. It is perfectly justifiable for me to work for her." Nai Qianxiu shook her head and said, "But, father, it is precisely because you didn't say it was Mormei that they all thought the one participating in this martial arts competition for a spouse was little sister. This martial arts competition for a spouse will last for a long time, more than 2 months. Almost all the disciples of the Southern martial arts world have come to compete in the martial arts competition. Even many disciples from the Northern martial arts sects have come to participate. If you change your mind, not only will the outstanding heroes today not agree, even those who have participated in the martial arts competition may not agree. Father, these people originally had some thoughts about our Rejuvenation Valley, but they have been suffering from a lack of opportunity. If you change your mind, won't you be giving your weakness to them?" After thinking for a moment, Nai Qianxiu continued, "It is very likely that our Rejuvenation Valley will encounter an unprecedented crisis." "What crisis can there be? Our Rejuvenation Valley has stood tall in Worry City for thousands of years. What great storms and waves have we not seen? Why would we be afraid of this little setback?" Valley Head Nai said in a low voice. Nai Qianxiu said, "Father, this is not a small setback. This is facing almost the entire martial arts world. If those forces who are plotting against our Rejuvenation Valley have the intention to push it, we are very likely. So what if it is? You can't possibly let your sister marry against her will, right?" Nai Qianyu, who was sitting at the side, had originally resolutely opposed her father's arrangement. It was not that she did not know the dangers involved, but she had subconsciously deliberately avoided these. She only wanted, however, it was only when Nai Qianxiu directly and straightforwardly stated the consequences of this matter that she deeply understood what kind of harm her actions would bring to Rejuvenation Valley. Yes, they would have to face the censure of almost the entire martial arts world. Could Rejuvenation Valley withstand it? Actually, it was not that Nai Qianyu did not have other plans in her heart. However, she had already been disappointed once in the Moon Elder Temple last night. Even if she said it out loud today, Would she still be disappointed? She did not dare to think about it. Thus, Nai Qianyu gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Father, second sister is extremely correct. Just now, I did not think it through. I promise father, young mistress, please don't." At this moment, Little Orange no longer cared about the rules of the villa and immediately shouted, "Young mistress, I know what's on your mind. However, even if you can't get what you want now, if you casually get married to a man you don't even know, in the future, even if you want to go back on your words and want to turn back, it will be impossible," Nai Qianyu said with tears streaming down her face. "Then, Little Orange, tell me, what other choice do I have?" "You do," Zhong Xiaohua at the side said strangely. When everyone heard this, they were all overjoyed. -3. Chapter 431. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Zhong Xiaohua rubbed her nose and smiled. "Miss Nai is just 12 years old this year. Although early marriage is popular here, you can still delay it. After this storm has passed, you can find a chance to kick the person you don't like out of Rejuvenation Valley. This way, the spearhead will change. It will no longer be directed at the entire martial arts world, but at a certain sect. Speaking of the martial arts world, there is no need to be afraid of others finding fault with you. With Rejuvenation Valley's strength, you probably won't be afraid of a sect or sect. Valley Head Nai, what do you think of my idea?" However, the strange gazes of everyone in the hall clearly told him, this is a bad idea. Zhong Xiaohua could only mock herself. If Valley Head Nai feels that it is wrong, then just take it that I am speaking nonsense. Valley Head Nai looked at Nai Qianyu and smiled wryly. "Ren Xiaoxia said it very well and is also very correct. It is truly a wonderful idea, but," Nai Qianyu walked up from the side and bowed, "Big brother Ren, I apologize to you. I lied to you that day. Little Orange and I are both 16 years old." "Ah!" Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. "What is this? That day, I thought I was taking advantage of him, but in the end, I was still deceived. However, I can believe that Little Orange is 16 years old, but Little Fish's figure, sigh, it is not good for women to be smart." Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand. "Forget it, Miss Nai, I have been deceived by you more than once or twice along the way. I am already used to it." Nai Qianyu felt wronged. "Big brother Ren, I really didn't do it on purpose. Little Orange and I are both weak women and have to guard against many things." Zhong Xiaohua smiled. I know. Everyone has their own difficulties and their own reasons for deceiving others. How can I not know? Don't worry, I have already forgiven you." Zhong Xiaohua said this sentence very clearly and her pronunciation was also very accurate. Valley Master Nai watched from the side and explained, "Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame her. This is just my daughter's little thought. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart." Then he added, "Xiao Yu's body hasn't been good since she was young, so she developed later. If I didn't know her and you said that she was 12 years old, I would think it was true." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said nothing more. But soon, the people in the hall became gloomy again. It was getting late, and the winner would be decided in the arena at the main entrance. In a few hours, there would be a winner, and Nai Qianyu would marry the winner. Even if there were any twists and turns in the future, Nai Qianyu would be married to the winner in name. At least the whole Jianghu would know about it. At this moment, Nai Qianrong, who had been observing Nai Qianyu and Zhong Xiaohua for a long time, suddenly smiled and said, "Daddy, Xiaoyu, I have an idea. Do you want to hear it?" Nai Qianyu was anxious and said, "Sister, this is not the time. Just say it." Nai Qianrong looked at Nai Qianyu with a smile and said, "I don't know what I'm doing. Isn't the person who will solve the problem right in front of us? As long as this person agrees, this matter will be a piece of cake." Zhong Xiaohua heard and quickly picked up the teacup and lowered her head to taste the tea. This tea is not bad. It's comparable to Guozhuang House's tea. The tea is very fragrant and delicious. I'm here to taste the tea. Don't look at me, I won't look at you either. You can discuss among yourselves." Nai Qianyu glanced at Zhong Xiaohua's attitude and her eyes were full of disappointment. She whispered, "Sister, you can't force people to do something like this. Maybe after this matter is over, I'll shave my hair and become a nun. Maybe that will be my end. Sigh tilde a sigh. Zhong Xiaohua's heart, tempered by the immortal Tao, couldn't help but tremble. When Valley Master Nai heard this, he waved his hand and said, "There's no need. Little you, listen to your father and let Mormei go. If I can't let you have happiness in this life and live with a stranger, or live a miserable life, how can I, as your father, bear the title of father? Good little you, even if Rejuvenation Valley has to perish together with the enemy, father won't let you suffer the slightest grievance." Valley Master Nai spoke resolutely and decisively, and Zhong Xiaohua's heart trembled again. Nai Qianxiu immediately cried out, "Father, you can't do that. This is our Nai family's 1,000 years of foundation. We can't just throw it away like this." Then he turned to Nai Qianyu and said, "Sister, don't be too willful. Don't you know the consequences of Rejuvenation Valley being destroyed? Families broken and people dead, countless dead and injured. Besides, the marriage by joust isn't as scary as you think. Didn't I not know your second brother-in-law before we got married?" Nai Qianxiu was about to say something when Nai Qianyu smiled bleakly. "Second sister, when did I say that I didn't recognize this marriage by joust? I know what you're saying. I just want to make a clean break after dealing with this matter." Clean break. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought of Ou Peng for no reason, a real man who resolutely ended his life at the top of Ethereal Peak. At the same time, she also thought of the tragic situation of the Misty School being destroyed, and her second brother who had disappeared without a trace. Sigh, is this the legendary saying that one has no choice in the pugilistic world? Zhong Xiaohua asked herself. Nai Qianrong waited for the others to stop talking before saying, "Sister is a bit serious. Actually, didn't Ren Xiaoxia already say a very good idea just now? If we follow Ren Xiaoxia's idea, it will definitely work." But since sister isn't 12 years old, what if the person who wins first place today is the one we're looking for? Shouldn't we wait until this matter is over and find a reason to kick him out of Rejuvenation Valley? Don't you think that's a very good idea? Nai Qianyu's eyes lit up. How could she not have thought of this? However, Zhong Xiaohua didn't express anything from last night's probing and her words just now. She had long since blocked this path and didn't think too deeply about it. Now that she heard it, perhaps this was the best way to resolve this matter. Seeing the Nai family of 4 looking at her with 8 pairs of bright eyes, Zhong Xiaohua really couldn't continue drinking her tea. She could only put down the teacup and say with a smile, "The person eldest Miss Nai is talking about must be me." Nai Qianrong smiled and said, "It is indeed Ren Xiaoxia." Zhong Xiaohua sighed and said, "But eldest Miss Nai, do you know my background? Which sect is it? Also, how can you be so sure that I will win first place today?" Nai Qianrong said, "Naturally, I already know the other party's strength from our fierce battles with the enemy in Rejuvenation Valley during this period of time. Since Ren Xiaoxia was able to rescue my sister from the hands of others in Tanhe City, there is no need to speak of his martial arts and intelligence. The martial arts on the arena for finding a spouse are only fancy moves. How can they compare to real skills that have been tested by blood and fire? Moreover, Ren Xiaoxia is only a cover and will be kicked out of Rejuvenation Valley in a few days. Why would we care about Ren Xiaoxia's background?" Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Eldest Miss Nai misunderstands. When I met eldest Miss Nai, she had already been rescued. I don't dare to take credit." Nai Qianrong started and immediately looked at Nai Qianyu. Nai Qianyu nodded slightly. Zhong Xiaohua continued, "Also, if I change my mind in the future and don't make mistakes, how will you kick me out of the valley?" Nai Qianrong winked craftily and patted her chest somewhat exaggeratedly, saying, "Ah? So it's like this. Ren Xiaoxia, you actually want to burn the bridge after crossing the river and rely on our Rejuvenation Valley. This." Then, she changed the topic and said, "We couldn't ask for more." Sigh. Zhong Xiaohua was helpless. Only now did she know why Nai Qianyu's words were so sharp. With her sister like this, wouldn't she be teased at any time? When Nai Qianxiu heard Nai Qianrong's idea, her expression was somewhat abnormal. But when she heard that Zhong Xiaohua wasn't the person who saved Nai Qianyu, her expression returned to normal. She asked at this time. Then Ren Xiaoxia, how confident are you in the arena? Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, not even half a chance. I usually study more and practice less martial arts. Eldest Miss Nai is just forcing a duck onto a perch. Don't bet all the treasures on me. Nai Qianxiu nodded. When Nai Qianyu heard Zhong Xiaohua's tone, she had already agreed. Others didn't know Zhong Xiaohua's martial arts, but how could she not know? Just that simple move in the peach forest that day was enough to suppress all the heroes, not to mention his heroic posture with a long sword. Nai Qianyu stood up and bowed. Thank you, big brother Ren. There was a slight blush on her face. Yes, as long as Zhong Xiaohua suppressed all the heroes and won the championship, even if Rejuvenation Valley found a chance to ruin this marriage in the future, she was still his fiancée after all. When she thought about it, her heart felt sweet and shy. Moreover, there was a thin layer of paper between a woman and a man. What if Rejuvenation Valley didn't regret it in the future? When Valley Head Nai saw this, he was also overjoyed. Although he didn't know Zhong Xiaohua's background, how could he not know his daughter's thoughts when he saw her appearance? Moreover, he had already roughly known Zhong Xiaohua's martial arts level when he fought just now. Such a person must be a disciple of a large sect in Jianghu and was a good match for his darling. Now that he heard Zhong Xiaohua agreed to fight, he naturally couldn't stop smiling. Dripping water could penetrate stone, let alone a man's heart. He was an experienced person. How could he not know this? Taking a step back, as long as Zhong Xiaohua won in the end, she would have helped him clean up the mess and saved the entire Rejuvenation Valley. He really didn't know how to repay such kindness. Cough, cough, it's best to be his son-in-law. Good meat is in the pot and there's no need to repay anything. Valley Head Nai thought and was secretly happy. Just as he was thinking, Nai Qianrong cried out in surprise, Ayo, father, you're only thinking of countermeasures. It seems that it's getting late. Don't wait for today's first place to be decided on the ring. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Valley Head Nai immediately woke up from his daydream and stood up. Yes, Ren Xiaoxia, let's go quickly. Since we've already decided to fight, it's better to get on the ring a step earlier. If we're half a step late, it'll be too late to regret. Zhong Xiaohua looked at the sky outside and asked, it's still early, is it going to end so soon? -3. Chapter 432. Zhong Xiaohua rubbed her nose and smiled. Rejuvenation Valley's martial arts competition for a spouse doesn't need to sign up in advance and pay a registration fee. He seemed to have thought of Yuan Guohu and Ju Tai. Valley Head Nai smiled. Of course we don't need these. However, if they come to our door and give us gifts, we can only accept them. If not, wouldn't we appear to be lacking in confidence? Zhong Xiaohua nodded, feeling as if she had found a soulmate. Nai Qianyu hurriedly said from behind, Father, it's getting late. Valley Head Nai said apologetically, Ren Xiaoxia, you see, if we're late, it's not impossible to open a back door for you and add a stopper. However, if we kick you out in the future and break off the engagement, wouldn't it be awkward for others? We're all smart people, so when we do things, we have to do it seamlessly. Why don't we use our qinggong to go over? Zhong Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, Valley Head Nai is indeed meticulous. I had the same idea, please. Okay, I'll lead the way. Ren Xiaoxia, please. After speaking, Valley Head Nai didn't stand on ceremony. He tapped his foot and his body floated towards the door. His arms shook and he rushed towards the door of the villa like a white crane. Zhong Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. She picked up the long sword from the ground and without making any movements, her body reached the door. Then, as if her feet didn't touch the ground, she chased after him. Behind her, Nai Qianyu also hurriedly called out, Little Orange, quickly prepare the horse. Let's go take a look. Valley Head Nai used his qinggong to rush towards the main door while paying attention to the back. He wanted to see just how capable this unassuming young man was. As expected, ever since he came out of the hall, Zhong Xiaohua had been following behind him at a leisurely pace. In the beginning, Valley Head Nai only used 50% of his internal strength. After all, his internal strength was close to perfection and wasn't something a 20-year-old youth could compare to. But after running for a while, seeing that he couldn't shake them off, Valley Master Nai increased his speed by 30% and quickly rushed forward. But after a while, Valley Master Nai took a look. Ayo, this young man was still following behind him at a leisurely pace. There was less than a foot of distance between them. Valley Master Nai couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart, not to mention this young man's calm temperament. Just his qigong alone is enough to show disdain for heroes. Valley Master Nai knew very well that Rejuvenation Valley's inherited martial arts were ordinary, but their qigong was not restricted to one pattern. It was not something commonly seen, but rather something else. For Zhong Xiaohua to be able to catch up to him with 80% of his power, she was already an expert in qigong in the Jianghu. Seeing that the door was close, Valley Master Nai's heart skipped a beat. He instantly raised his internal energy to 100%, wanting to see if Zhong Xiaohua could catch up. However, when he tilted his head to look behind him, he could not help but think to himself, "This is bad. Don't tell me I lost him." There was no one behind him. But that couldn't be. Even if he couldn't catch up to him, he should still be able to see him. Could it be? When Valley Master Nai suddenly looked forward, sure enough, an unbelievable thing happened. That thin and tall figure had already run in front of him. In a flash, he had already left the manor. This. Valley Master Nai almost fell from the sky. What kind of qigong is this guy using? He's actually so fast. And how did he run in front of me? The most important thing is that this young man was following me calmly just now. How did he suddenly show off his power and run in front of me? Could it be that my repeated probing angered him? Sigh, young people are still young in the end. Yen, it's not bad to have anger. Since he's a young man, he should have anger. Little Yu's mother will definitely like this young man when she sees him. It had to be said that the more a prospective father-in-law looked at his son-in-law, the more he liked him. In front of Rejuvenation Valley, on the large arena, a young man with an arrogant face was holding a long sword. He stood at the side of the arena and his pure white robes made him look even more otherworldly. Next to him stood an old man with grey hair and beard. It was the person that Zhong Xiaohua had mistaken for Valley Master Nai. He cupped his hands and said to the crowd below the arena, "Young heroes of the pugilistic world, this is the last day of the confirmation of the Rejuvenation Valley's marriage by martial arts competition. In another hour, it will be the last round of the arena competition. Now, Long Lin from Long Ting Sword Village has already won several rounds in a row. If no one challenges him, then young Master Long will be the last person to obtain the qualifications for the arena competition. I will count to 10. If no one comes up, then it will be considered young Master Long's victory." At this moment, a figure jumped out from Rejuvenation Valley and quickly ran to the side of the arena. At this moment, everyone's eyes and attention were focused on the arena. Who would notice this? The old man circulated his internal energy and loudly counted, 10, 9. The crowd below the arena had already seen young Master Long's invincible might today. They knew that this was just a formality and no one would come up to challenge him. Thus, they all cheered and counted, 8, 7. On the arena, young Master Long also smiled and repeatedly cupped his hands to the crowd below the arena. Soon, the number reached 4, 3. Then, someone shouted from the side of the arena, "No need to count anymore. Let this young master experience young Master Long's skills." The sound of the countdown stopped abruptly. When everyone looked over to the side, a thin and tall young man with an ordinary appearance walked over with quick steps while holding a sword base in his hand not too far away from the arena. Wasn't it precisely Zhong Xiaohua? Zhong Xiaohua quickly walked to the front of the arena and sized it up. Then, she stabbed the long sword in her hand into the ground and flew up. She cupped her hands to the old man and said, "This one is Ren Xiaoyao. I wonder if I can challenge this young Master Long." Before the old man could speak, the crowd below the arena roared with laughter. Someone shouted, "You little brat, how old are you? You're already thinking about getting married?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. He's just a little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. Why is he here to join in the fun? Look at that brat. What is he wearing? He's obviously here to drink wine. I don't know where he came from. He wants to take advantage of this arena. Is this Rejuvenation Valley's son-in-law someone like him can think of? Below the stage, there were all sorts of discussions going on. However, at a spot slightly to the east, there was a person with an injured arm. Beside him, there was another person with a pale face. He opened his mouth but was unable to say anything. They exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. After which, they softly cried out, "It's actually him." On the arena, Zhong Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to all the words below the arena. She only smiled and asked the old man, "Sir, do you think I can participate in the competition?" The old man was a bit hesitant. Indeed, this young man looked unfamiliar and wasn't someone from the southern martial arts world. Moreover, he had a young face and was younger than the third miss of the Nai family. However, when one thought of Nai Qianyu's undeveloped appearance, she was extremely compatible with this young man. Moreover, Valley Master Nai didn't set any lower age limit for the martial arts competition. He only said that it had to be a hero under the age of 20. This young man should meet the requirements. However, the competition for marriage had been held for more than 2 months. When had such a young man ever appeared on the arena? There was no precedent. The old man was a bit hesitant. Just as he was about to turn around and discuss with the judges, his eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a figure hurrying over from the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. Wasn't that Valley Head Nai? It had to be said that Valley Head Nai was also ashamed. He hadn't even reached the entrance of the manor when he heard the crowd counting outside. It sounded to 5. With his qinggong, it would be difficult for him to arrive before the count ended. At this crucial moment, the counting stopped abruptly. Although Valley Head Nai couldn't clearly hear Zhong Xiaohua's words, he was certain that Zhong Xiaohua, who had rushed over in front of him, had stopped it. Thinking of how he had used the attitude of a senior to test the other's qinggong, Valley Head Nai had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Jealousy, disappointment, gratification, peace of mind. It was this indescribable feeling that made him forget. How did this young man know that the arena was about to end? When he arrived at the entrance, Zhong Xiaohua had already gone on the arena to verify her qualifications. When the old man saw Valley Head Nai come out, he said loudly, "Xiaoxia, please wait a moment. The owner of the arena has arrived. I will ask him to come and make a decision." After speaking, he said in a clear voice, "Valley Head Nai, you haven't appeared for an entire day. I thought you would be able to sit at home. It seems that you finally couldn't hold back and wanted to come see who will win first place." Valley Master Nai took a few leaps and landed on the stage. He smiled and cupped his hands to the crowd below the stage. "Many thanks to all the heroes for your support. There are a lot of things to do in the valley. Moreover, seeing that the martial arts competition for marriage is about to end, this old man is going to marry off his daughter, so the dowry still needs to be prepared. Therefore, I will have to treat everyone slowly." When the crowd below the arena heard this, they all laughed loudly and said, "Valley Head Nai is too courteous. This is a joyous occasion, how can you not be busy? You can be busy, but don't forget us at the wedding banquet." Of course, of course. When the time comes, all the sects in the martial arts world will participate in my Rejuvenation Valley's joyous occasion. Valley Head Nai turned his head to look at the two on the arena and said with a frown, "Brother Yu, it's already late. Why are the two little heroes on the arena?" The old man said with a smile, "Aren't they waiting for Brother Nai to make a decision?" "Make a decision?" Valley Head Nai said curiously, "The outcome of the competition can be determined by you. Is there a need for me? I have given all the authority to Brother." Seeing Valley Head Nai act so well, Zhong Xiaohua was secretly happy. The old man pointed at young Master Long and said, "At this time, young Master Long of the Soaring Dragon Sword Village has already won several matches in a row. If no one challenges him, he will be today's number 1. But just before Brother came out, this Ren Xiaoxia jumped onto the arena and wants to challenge young Master Long." Valley Head Nai said with a frown, "Since he came up, then let's start the fight?" But this Ren Xiaoxia came alone without anyone accompanying him. Also, he doesn't look very old. This seems -3. Chapter 433. Hearing this, Valley Head Nai waved his hand and said with a smile, "Since you have come to participate in the martial competition for a spouse, Rejuvenation Valley welcomes all of you. Rejuvenation Valley has never discriminated against anyone. No matter if you are empty-handed, have brought your family, or are from the northern and southern martial circles, as long as you are not married and are under the age of 20, you can participate." Nonsense, they were just acting. Even if the conditions were not suitable, they would create the conditions to allow Zhong Xiaohua to enter the arena. Furthermore, Valley Head Nai was the one who made the rules. There was another condition behind the martial competition for a spouse: all rights of interpretation belong to Rejuvenation Valley. Hearing this, the old man said with a smile, "Brother Nai's words are exactly what I was thinking." After speaking, he turned his head and said to young Master Long, who was coldly watching everything, "Young Master Long, do you have any objections?" Young Master Long shook his head and said, "What objections can I have? He is just a cold dish for me to warm up. However, I ask Elder Yu and Valley Head Nai to observe clearly. It is already late and there will be fierce battles in a while. I hope this will be the final battle to determine the qualifications." These words truly touched the bottom of Valley Head Nai's heart. He said in a clear voice, "Heroes under the arena, young Master Long has already fought fiercely for a day. This should be the final battle to determine the qualifications in 2 months. What does everyone think?" Zhong Xiaohua was also secretly laughing. These words clearly sounded like they were comforting young Master Long, but what about the reality? As expected, the people under the arena said with a smile, "We have already submitted to young Master Long. You should speak to this little guy who just went up." Valley Head Nai naturally did not need to speak to Zhong Xiaohua. He only waved his hand towards the old man and found a place to sit next to the adjudicators. The old man walked in front of Zhong Xiaohua and young Master Long and said, "I am Yu Yang of the Deer Cry sect. As the main adjudicator of this competition, young Master Long already knows. There is no need to say anything. Young Master Ren, do you have any objections?" Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly clasped her hands and said, "Elder Yu, I have no objections. All right, the martial competition for a spouse is a joyous occasion. You are not allowed to kill anyone on this arena. Even if you want to injure someone, you should try your best not to. Since Ren Xiaoxia has entered the arena, he must already know the rules of Rejuvenation Valley's arena." This old man won't say more. "All right, you may begin." After he finished speaking, Yu Yang sat back down on his chair in the ring. He looked uneasily at Valley Master Nai, who was sitting there as steadily as Mount Tai. Could it be that little Yu has returned? On the stage, Zhong Xiaohua raised her hand and said, "Young Master Long, please." That young Master Dragon said proudly, "What weapon do you use?" "Just now, your sword seemed to have been placed on the ground below the arena." Zhong Xiaohua tapped the stage with her foot and laughed inwardly. This stage is made of sturdy wood, so it shouldn't be a problem for dozens of people to get on. But, if people come up with swords, it won't be easy. She smiled and said, "I forgot about that." Young Master Long said gently, "It's all right, you can go down and get it. I'll wait for you." Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Young Master Long, I heard that once you enter the arena, you can't leave. Jumping off the arena is automatically admitting defeat." Young Master Long curled his lips and said, "So you know. I thought you hadn't seen much of the world." Then he sneered, "Even so, you want to face my sword empty-handed?" Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Looking at the current situation, that's the only way, ha." The crowd below the arena roared with laughter again. Someone even said in a low voice, "Is this guy's brain damaged? He wants to face the sword of young Master Long of Dragon Soaring Sword Village with his bare hands? Stupid, you don't understand. This is his strategy. He knows that he can't beat young Master Sword in swordsmanship, so he threw his sword below the arena before going up. Of course, he can't come down after going up the arena. Young Master Long is called Young Master Sword in the Jianghu, so he naturally has scruples about his face and won't use his sword to fight him." Zhong Xiaohua was tired of listening. "Do I need to do that? When did I become so good at scheming?" When young Master Long heard this, he also felt that it was reasonable. Who would throw their sword before going up the arena? But, should he use his sword or not? Not to mention young Master Long's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he was secretly scheming in his heart. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "Young Master Long, you've already fought a few rounds on this stage, so you must be tired. Why don't we think of a simple way to determine the winner in a few moves? This is good for you, for me, and for everyone." When young Master Long heard this, he was quite moved. To be honest, if he didn't have scruples about his face on the arena, young Master Long would have jumped up and scolded, "Is there anyone who does this? I've fought for a whole day and dealt with everything I could. When the final count came, you jumped out. What were you doing earlier?" But, wasn't he called Young Master Sword in the Jianghu? His face was more important than anything else. Although he had used all his methods to defeat his opponent, but he couldn't lose face in front of this young man. So, young Master Long thought for a while and threw out the sword in his hand. The sword was like a swimming dragon, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. It was the real Zhong Xiaohua's ugly sword embryo. When the audience saw this, they all cheered loudly, "Young Master Sword, Young Master Sword." Even Valley Master Nai, who was on the arena, had a face full of smiles. Everyone thought that this smiling Valley Master was praising young Master Long. Who knew what he was thinking in his heart? Little Yu's eyesight is indeed right. What was that saying again? Birds of a feather flock together. Little Yu is so intelligent, how could the person she values be a boorish fellow? This kid hasn't even gone up the arena and he has already made young Master Long stunned. He actually forced him to throw away his best sword. Admirable, admirable. If he doesn't win, then there's no justice in this world. Seeing Valley Master Nai's smiling face, young Master Long's confidence increased greatly. He didn't throw away the sword for nothing. He had already gained a lot of impression points. Now that he heard Zhong Xiaohua's words, his heart was even more at ease. What was this called? This was called when one's luck is good, the heavens are taking care of you. He had already decided to end the battle quickly. This young man in front of him had already said what he wanted to say. If the heavens didn't want him to win, what other reason could there be? Young Master Long looked at Zhong Xiaohua from head to toe and smiled. "Little brother's body is a little thin and weak. That's fine, I have some reputation in the Jianghu. How can I take advantage of you? I'll do as you say." Zhong Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "That's good. Young Master, please tell me the name. Is it fist to fist or leg to leg? I don't have many opportunities to fight with others, so I don't know much." Young Master Long quickly waved his hand and said gently, "Don't, little brother. Since I've already listened to you, then I'll let you make the decision. Whether it's a battle of words or martial arts, I'm willing to risk my life to accompany you." In an instant, the audience gave countless thumbs up. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "How about this, young Master Long? When I'm fighting with others, it's always 3 moves to decide the winner. We'll take turns to attack each other 3 moves. You attack first and I won't fight back. Then I'll attack again and you can't fight back. Whoever can't take it within 3 moves loses. What do you think?" This. Young Master Long was secretly delighted. Even Valley Master Nai was shocked. He thought that Zhong Xiaohua would first force young Master Long to abandon his sword and then compete with young Master Li in a fist fight. He would then use his qinggong to slowly grind young Master Long down. After all, young Master Long had already fought many times. It was inevitable that his internal energy would be exhausted. But Zhong Xiaohua actually suggested a quick battle. It seemed like he was still letting the opponent make the first move. Wasn't this extremely stupid? This young man is brave and resourceful. Maybe he has other ideas. Valley Master Nai could only think this way. But then, his heart skipped a beat and he suddenly thought, although Longting Sword Manner is named after the sword and their sword techniques are naturally the best, other than sword techniques, Longting Sword Manner also has a little-known internal energy cultivation method. It's called Longting Mental Cultivation Method. The disciples who cultivate this mental cultivation method all have strong internal energy. Moreover, once they use it, they have the power of a dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. Ayo, Ren Xiaoxia is so calculative, but he forgot this point. Maybe he doesn't even know about this Longting mental cultivation method. Valley Master Nai couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. Everyone raised their heads to look. In front of them were 3 women. Behind them were a few disciples of Rejuvenation Valley. Needless to say, these 3 women were the 3 young ladies of Rejuvenation Valley. Everyone below the stage couldn't help but stand up. Nonsense, everyone had been competing here for more than 2 months. Wasn't it all for the sake of marrying the 3rd young lady inside? Now that the main character had appeared, who wouldn't be moved? Moreover, the competition for a spouse had already been going on for more than 2 months. Every 3 days, there would be a winner who would obtain the final qualification. Now, there were nearly 20 young talents waiting for the final elimination. In these 2 months, the 3rd young lady of the Nai family had never appeared. Even when everyone repeatedly requested to see her, they were all rejected by Valley Master Nai. Everyone had their suspicions. Now that they had seen the last round of the qualification competition and young lady Nai had finally appeared, their suspicions were greatly dispelled. However, when everyone saw Nai Chenyu's appearance, they couldn't help but have the same thought: she doesn't live up to her name. Not to mention that Nai Chenyu's skin wasn't very fair and her features weren't very outstanding. She didn't look like she was 16 years old at all. This caused the majority of the people who didn't enter the final elimination competition to feel lucky. Luckily, I didn't enter the final elimination competition. This girl doesn't seem to be as beautiful as the rumors say. Compared to her 2 older sisters, she's much worse. A failure is a failure. There's no loss. The other 20 or so people who were already qualified were thinking, this old Nai actually dared to lie to us. He said that his girls were as beautiful as flowers and jade. What kind of appearance do they look like? They have nothing to do with the word beauty at all. Heavenly lightning contains a kind of vitality, which is the power of life. When Zhong Xiaohua guided lightning into her body, the power of life also entered her body and entered a mysterious place behind her head. This girl spent almost all of her 4 years on the deserted island attracting lightning. Under the power of life, her appearance remained the same as it was 4 years ago. After returning to land, she returned to her normal growth. As for Xiaohua's lifespan, other uses of the power of life, and other mysteries, do I still need to explain? Haha, take your time. Also, I didn't rest this weekend and wrote 4 chapters. I probably can't guarantee the next 2 weeks of work, but I'll try my best. -3. Chapter 434. In fact, although these 20 people all had the same thought and thought that Nai Chenyu was not the legendary beauty, they would definitely not be willing to withdraw from the competition. Why was that? It was simple. Although Nai Chenyu's looks were average, she had delicate features and wasn't ugly. Moreover, her 2 older sisters were very beautiful. How bad could the younger sister be when she grew up? Thinking like this now was only because the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Most importantly, Valley Lord Nai had 3 daughters and no children. Nai Chenrong and Nai Chenxiu were already married and weren't in the valley. If the youngest daughter were to marry, it was obvious whether she would marry into the family or not. Moreover, Valley Lord Nai was going to find a son-in-law through a martial arts competition. Although he didn't explicitly say that he wanted to find a son-in-law who came from the family, who in the Zhenghu didn't know that he wanted to find someone who was strong in martial arts and could control the situation to take charge of Rejuvenation Valley. As long as he could win this martial arts competition, he would be the future master of Rejuvenation Valley. Who wouldn't be envious of Rejuvenation Valley's thousands of years of foundation? Who would give up because Nai Chenyu wasn't exceptionally beautiful? The wife needs to be virtuous and the concubine needs to be beautiful. Just find a few more concubines in the future. Everyone thought so. The 3 Nai sisters rode their horses to the back of the arena and climbed up the ladder. The guards at the side hurriedly found 3 chairs and sat down next to Valley Lord Nai. The 3 didn't look at the people below the arena and only looked at the 2 people on the arena with concern. Zhong Xiaohua raised her eyes and didn't say anything. Young Master Long was different. The 3 Nai sisters didn't appear when the first 20 people won, but they appeared when he was about to win. Nai Qianyu even personally came to the arena. What did this mean? Young Master Long was a little smug and couldn't help but nod slightly at Nai Qianyu. He smiled, showing the peerless elegance of a dandy young master. At this time, Valley Master Nai quietly told Nai Qianyu about the situation at the scene and asked for her opinion. Nai Qianyu smiled slightly and muttered in her heart, "Others may not know the details of this little thief, but how can I not know?" Outside of Tanha City, half of his opponent's body was smashed into pieces with just one sword strike. That strength and internal energy are inconceivable. Although the Soaring Dragon Sword Manner's internal energy cultivation method is powerful, I reckon that it is not as powerful as that Hall Master from that day. This little thief probably knows that his sword technique is not good enough and he doesn't want to harm people's lives, so he came up with such a method. On this journey, from Tanha City to Worry City, I have never seen him suffer a single loss. If this young Master Long is able to take advantage of a large sum of money from him, even if you beat me to death, I would not believe it. Thinking of this, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Coincidentally, when Mr. Dragon saw the smile on Nai Qianyu's face, he thought that she was smiling at him. His heart tightened. This girl can't escape from me. However, below the stage, there were two people who had met Nai Qianyu before. They had strange expressions on their faces, and no one knew what they were thinking. After receiving Nai Qianyu's encouragement, Mr. Dragon became even more forthright. He smiled and said, "Since little brother is so straightforward, I can't let you have all the fun. How about this? We don't need to exchange one move for another. This will obviously make little brother suffer a loss. Let's just stand here and exchange 3 moves. Whoever moves his feet even half an inch will lose. What do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. This was a real contest of martial arts. No matter what moves or techniques were used, they would all be useless. This was what everyone wanted to see the most. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she could not help but frown. But what if both of our feet don't move, or if both of our feet move? How will it be counted? Mr. Dragon smiled and said, "Then it will be counted as my loss." These words were said cleanly, and his voice was loud. Everyone below the stage heard it. Good. The crowd shouted again. Mr. Dragon had not started the contest, but he had already won the crowd's support. It was as if everyone wanted him to win. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua did not speak, Nai Qianxiu could not help but frown. She whispered to Nai Qianrong, "Big sister, I think Ren Xiaoxia doesn't seem to have any spirit. If it were someone else, they would definitely say, 'How can I let Mr. Dragon suffer a loss?' If both of their feet move, or if they don't move, it will be a draw. Even if they have a few more moves, it's fine. Why doesn't Ren Xiaoxia say anything?" Fat. Nai Qianyu, who heard this, couldn't help but laugh out loud. She thought to herself, "This little thief likes to take advantage of others. Since young Master Long has delivered himself to his door, how could he refuse?" When Nai Qianrong saw her sister laughing, she did not answer Nai Qianxiu's question. She just watched attentively. As expected, Zhong Xiaohua heard this and smiled faintly. "Okay, then we'll do as Mr. Dragon says." Ah, this guy is not polite at all. Mr. Dragon thought so too. Therefore, the two of them took a step forward and stood face to face. Seeing this, the crowd held their breaths and did not dare to make a sound. Mr. Dragon took a deep breath and circulated his internal energy through his meridians. His face was a little red, and his eyes were shining. He said, "Little brother, are you ready?" Zhong Xiaohua was lazy. She shrugged and said, "Mr. Dragon can make his move at any time." Mr. Dragon saw this and was overjoyed. This guy is really inexperienced. He thought that I would give him more time to circulate his chi when he saw me giving him a chance. Unfortunately, I've already asked you. What does it have to do with me whether you circulate your chi or not? Then, the clothes on his body could not move. His right hand suddenly swung out from his side. It brought a strong wind and hit Zhong Xiaohua's chest. Zhong Xiaohua had already released his divine sense. He was not nervous at all when he saw the fist that contained a large amount of internal energy. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed young Master Long's wrist at lightning speed. Then, he used a little force and pulled it to his left. Young Master Long was shocked. He quickly wanted to withdraw his internal energy. However, he only wanted to fight with Zhong Xiaohua. How could he hold back? With a wave of Zhong Xiaohua's left arm, young Master Dragon rose from the ground like a lone goose and was thrown out of the arena with a whoosh. Wasn't this the move that Nai Xiaoa used to deal with Zhong Xiaohua in the Huanxi Villa, 4 tails against 1,000 catties? The crowd was stunned. Does this mean that Ren Xiaoyaro won? Just now it was said that it was a fist against fist. Although Ren Xiaoyaro made a move, he didn't exchange blows with his opponent. But Mr. Dragon also said that as long as he moved his feet, he would lose. Now, not only did he move his feet, he was thrown out of the arena. How does this count? Valley Master Nai's face was also full of astonishment. He never thought that this would happen. Only Nai Chenyu smiled so sweetly. Yes, only Ren Xiaoyaro could do such a move that even she did not expect. Mr. Dragon was also amazing. Although his body was thrown out of the arena and he could not borrow any force, the moment his feet touched the ground, he immediately turned around and flew back into the arena. He stood in a corner of the arena. He did not know what to say. Yes, after all, he was thrown out of the arena. After all, his feet had touched the ground. He had already lost. But he thought for a moment and immediately changed his expression. He sneered, "Little brother, you are a good schemer. You said that it was a fist exchange. Where did your fist go? You want to use such an underhanded method to make me fall into your trap. If you want to use fighting skills, just say it. Why did you say it was a fist against fist?" Valley Master Nai heard and was about to stand up. But Nai Chenyu pulled him back and whispered, "Father, let's see how they continue. Don't say anything." Nai Chenyu said loudly, "Although Mr. Dragon fell out of the arena, Ren Xiaoxia did not follow the rules. Mr. Dragon did not lose." Nai Chenrong was a little surprised and looked at her strangely. Nai Chenyu quickly explained, "Big sister, if Ren Xiaoxia wins, he should win fair and square, right?" Nai Chenrong nodded thoughtfully. Seeing Mr. Dragon's reproach, Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Mr. Dragon seems to have misunderstood. I only said 3 moves against 3 moves. I didn't say 3 fists against 3 fists. Your punch was a move, and my hand pulling was also a move. How could young Master Long say that I didn't win fair and square? What if I used a schemer?" Hearing this, not only Mr. Dragon, but everyone in the arena was speechless. Yes, now that they thought about it, Zhong Xiaohua had always said 3 moves and not 3 fists. Even Mr. Dragon said 3 moves. But it was very common in Jianghu to meet force with force. Everyone took it for granted that the 3 moves were 3 fists. Although Mr. Dragon said 3 moves, he still thought 3 fists in his heart. Alas, it had to be said that habitual thinking killed people. Mr. Dragon was speechless. Nai Chenyu smiled like a flower. It was as if she already knew that this would happen. Valley Master Nai was also secretly happy in his heart. This future son-in-law, he really has a brain. The gaze with which he looked at Zhong Xiaohua became even gentler and kinder. Seeing young Master Long's reaction, Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "If young Master Long thinks that I didn't explain it clearly and played a trick, then I apologize. When I saw young Master Long's fierce fist wind, my left hand naturally chose this move. It was purely a natural reaction. Because I usually compete with others like this, I really didn't think too much about it. How about this, since Mr. Dragon is not convinced, the move just now doesn't count. How about we start again?" Mr. Dragon thought for a while and said, "I won't take advantage of you. The move just now was a draw. But the next 2 moves can't be the same as before. We can only fight 1 fist. What do you think?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want." Sir Dragon humphed and walked to the center of the arena. After circulating his qi and preparing himself, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and took up a fighting stance. Just as he was about to throw out a punch, His divine sense seemed to sense something strange in Sir Dragon's left hand. -3. Chapter 435. Zhong Xiaohua frowned and looked at young Master Long's left sleeve. Young Master Long, we agreed that it would be 3 moves against 3 moves. Now let's change it to 3 fists against 3 fists. I was a little reckless just now. Although I used 4 tails against 1,000 jin, I was still empty-handed. If I use any weapons again, I will admit defeat. Hearing this, young Master Long was shocked. How did this guy know that I have a dagger in my left hand? Originally, I wanted to throw away my face and injure him with a dagger. After all, I only said that I wouldn't use a sword, but I didn't say that I wouldn't use a dagger. Moreover, this guy broke the rules first. Even if I injured him, the second punch would only be a draw. However, if he was injured, I would definitely win the third punch. What should I do? I can only fight head-on. After thinking, young Master Long said righteously, "Little brother, are you warning me? Although my martial arts are not high, I do not have such dirty thoughts like you. You only need to worry about yourself. Don't make the same mistake again." Zhong Xiaohua smiled. He knew that young Master Long would not take out the dagger again. He raised his fist and punched at young Master Long's chest. Before practicing God traction, although Zhong Xiaohua had immortal Dao True Qi flowing through his meridians, this True Qi was used to perform incantations and cast spells. It could not be circulated in his meridians according to the changes in his fist moves like the internal force of martial arts. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua's only way to win was to use his heavy sword and great strength, using his tens of thousands of pounds of strength to forcefully resist his opponent's internal force. In God traction, it was recorded that one could use the inner strength of martial arts to imitate the inner strength of immortals. However, Zhong Xiaohua was able to easily learn how to use the inner strength of immortals to imitate the inner strength of martial arts. Although Zhong Xiaohua already had a rough idea of how to do it, he still didn't have the chance to put it into practice. This arena was the perfect opportunity for him to give it a try. As Zhong Xiaohua punched out, the genuine qi in his body was also mobilized. A wisp of genuine qi went straight along the meridians in his arm and rushed to his fist. However, this was his first attempt. Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to use all of his strength. He only used 30%. In order to ensure that he would not lose, Zhong Xiaohua also used 30% of his strength at the same time. When young Master Long saw Zhong Xiaohua swinging her fist, he quickly put away the dagger in his left hand and transferred his internal energy to his right arm. He swung his right hand to meet the attack. However, young Master Long learned from his mistakes. This time, he did not dare to use all of his internal energy. He was careful and only used 90% of his internal energy, leaving 10% for himself. The two of them were very close to each other. In an instant, their fists collided with each other. A muffled peng sound was heard. Both of their figures swayed, and their clothes fluttered without any wind. Sure, they fluttered backward. This second punch was actually a draw. Everyone below the arena was surprised. Young Master Long of the Soaring Dragon Sword Village was very famous. He was considered one of the most outstanding martial artists in the southern Wulin. Zhong Xiaohua, who just went up on stage, was not famous. In this head-on punch, he did not lose out at all. This was really unexpected. However, today was destined to be a day of great surprise. When young Master Long saw that Zhong Xiaohua and himself were evenly matched, he could not help but laugh loudly. Good, good, good. Little brother's ambition does not depend on age. You actually have such astonishing internal energy at such a young age. Since it's like this Long will not be polite. Come, come, come. Little brother, prepare yourself. This Long will go all out. Oh, I see. The others suddenly realized. Young Master Long is testing the waters with this punch. Sure enough, young Master Long once again circulated his energy. His aura was different from before. At first glance, his figure seemed to be bigger, and there was a faint light in his eyes. On the other hand, Zhong Xiaohua was even worse than before. She did not even circulate her energy anymore. Just from this warming up action, her appearance was much worse. Young Master Long stared at Zhong Xiaohua, and said with a sinister smile, "Little brother, I'm going to punch." Zhong Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Young Master Long, do as you please." HMPH, young Master Long snorted coldly. This guy must have never heard of the Soaring Dragon Heart Sutra. Then, his right palm stretched out from his sleeve. It was actually golden in color. From top to bottom, it slapped down on Zhong Xiaohua's face. Zhong Xiaohua did not panic. She waited for the palm to come close before she stretched out her left palm. She did the blazing sky style and welcomed the attack. The Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique was a way to circulate one's inner energy. Using the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique as an example, it could be used to describe how domineering this mental cultivation technique was. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Under the control of the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation technique, one's inner energy would be like a real dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. Of course, it was extremely difficult to cultivate such a powerful mental cultivation technique. Even though young Master Long was extremely intelligent and a genius in the path of cultivation, he had only cultivated to the 4th level of the mental cultivation technique. In other words, he was able to display 4 levels of force in one strike. It could be said that one strike from him was equivalent to 8 strikes from others. Therefore, if it wasn't for the fact that they didn't know, very few people would be like Zhong Xiaohua and directly exchange blows with him. This was also the reason why Valley Head Nai was worried in the beginning. Zhong Xiaohua's suggestion was simply tailor-made for young Master Long. Therefore, seeing Zhong Xiaohua so casually meeting the opponent, those who knew about young Master Long's background all had smiles on their faces as they waited for Zhong Xiaohua to put on a good show. Unfortunately, when the two palms collided, there was no longer the momentum from before. Instead, they silently joined together as if they were shaking hands. Under everyone's gaze, young Master Long's face was flushed red. The internal energy on his right palm courageously struck towards Zhong Xiaohua one after another. Zhong Xiaohua's face didn't change at all. Only her eyes were filled with a strange light as she muttered, "Strange, strange, interesting." Following young Master Long's right palm's overlaying force, Zhong Xiaohua also continuously transferred her vital energy into her left palm without batting an eyelid, matching the force of young Master Long's right palm. When young Master Long's second overlaying force began, Zhong Xiaohua was curious and had already transferred a strand of vital energy into young Master Long's meridians. She wanted to see the mystery of the Soaring Dragon cultivation method. The true energy of the Path of Immortals was marvelous. Before young Master Dragon had even used the 4th force, Zhong Xiaohua had already gained a basic understanding of the Soaring Dragon mantra. He knew the technique of stacking force, and Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Attention is knowledge. The power of this martial art is limited, but under the shackles of limited power, there are all sorts of supplementary techniques that can be used to maximize the use of force. On the other hand, the true energy of the Path of Immortals only focuses on power. It's clumsy in the application of technique. If immortal vital energy is used with martial arts techniques, then what will happen? Zhong Xiaohua very naturally made the connection. At this time, young Master Long had already finished displaying the 4th force of the Soaring Dragon cultivation method. Zhong Xiaohua was thinking about how to apply the overlaying force technique to immortal vital energy, and at the same time, She adjusted the power of the vital energy in her left hand to the fifth force of the soaring dragon cultivation method. She still wanted to wait and see the other secrets of the soaring dragon cultivation method. When Zhong Xiaohua adjusted the power in her left hand, it immediately showed that something was wrong. The fifth force of the soaring dragon cultivation method should be twice the force of the fourth force. In other words, the internal energy in Zhong Xiaohua's hand was twice that of young Master Long's internal energy. This was already far beyond what young Master Long could withstand. Young Master Long only felt an inconceivable internal energy attack from Zhong Xiaohua's left hand, like a flood rushing into his right palm. There was no way for him to resist at all. Young Master Long's body was like a big injured bird, and in an instant, he was sent flying from the stage. Zhong Xiaohua released her vital energy, but did not encounter the same force as before. In her mind, she immediately knew that young Master Long had only mastered the fourth force of the soaring dragon cultivation method. At this time, young Master Long had already been sent flying by the internal energy. Zhong Xiaohua did not pursue and attacked. She had already retracted her vital energy, and it flowed vigorously through her meridians. The entire arena was silent. Accident, it was really an accident. Many people could not believe it, and repeatedly rubbed their eyes to make sure that they were not seeing things. Young Master Long, who possessed the soaring dragon cultivation method, was actually sent flying by a nameless nobody with a single palm strike. Was this real? Young Master Long fell off the stage, and with a beautiful flip, he steadily stood up. The vital energy in his body flowed, and after a full cycle, the stone in his heart was finally put down. He did not suffer any internal injuries. Of course, he did not suffer any injuries under such a strong internal energy. This was definitely because the young man on the stage had shown mercy. Not to mention the depth of his internal energy, just the use of his internal energy was so skillful. Not only could he not be compared to him, even his father from the Soaring Dragon Sword Village, who had already cultivated the Soaring Dragon cultivation method to the 6th stage, would find it hard to match him. Moreover, he had already been sent off the stage twice. Even if it was, would he still have the face to go back on the stage? Young Master Long thought it through clearly. Facing Zhong Xiaohua on the stage, he cupped his hands and said, "Ren Xiaoxia's martial arts are strong, this one admires him. This one is not his opponent, and was forced off the stage twice. This one is really ashamed. This one wishes that Ren Xiaoxia will be the sole champion. Everyone, this one will take his leave first, goodbye." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and pulled out the treasured sword that was stabbed into the ground. With a leap, he disappeared into the crowd. Not long after, from the side of the stage, dozens of horses galloped out. Following the main road out of the valley, they swaggered off. Young Master Long, who was the most popular candidate for the groom-finding martial arts competition, was actually the first to leave. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. -3. Chapter 436. The reason why Soaring Dragon Sword Village's young Master Long wanted to enter the arena on the last day was because he had 100% confidence. He wanted to tell his potential opponents that they had to hurry up and fight for the last qualification before the end because the last qualification was his. Of course, young Master Long did have the strength to do so. The Soaring Dragon Sword Village's sword techniques and the Soaring Dragon mental cultivation method were his assets that allowed him to look down on the crowd. The 2 months of competition went as young Master Long had expected. Many people knew that young Master Long was going to enter the arena on the last day, so they all rushed to obtain the qualification before the last day. In the last 3 days, only the last few people, perhaps because they came late or just found out about the news, had no choice but to compete with young Master Long for the last qualification. Without exception, they were all defeated by young Master Long. Young Master Long easily obtained all the victories. Now that they thought about it, young Master Long's announcement was an extremely brilliant strategy. Nonsense, if you set the time to enter the arena, those who could fight with you would let you go. They were afraid of meeting you, so they all entered the arena early. Of course, The ones left behind were those who couldn't even withstand a single blow. Moreover, young Master Long had another idea. A reason for entering the arena on the last day. Perhaps only he himself knew the reason. However, this qualification that was guaranteed in the last 3 breaths of time was taken away by an unknown thin and tall young man. Moreover, he forced young Master Long out of the arena twice. It had to be said that this was a huge irony, a huge accident. Man proposes, God disposes. Apart from this sentence, there was no other suitable metaphor. Perhaps only the 2 people who were a little further to the east of the arena would not be surprised by this outcome. Seeing young Master Long and the others leave in a hurry, the crowd below the arena had not yet recovered from their shock. They heard Valley Master Nai on the arena stand up and shout, "Heroes who have obtained the qualification, the last qualification has been determined. It is Ren Xiaoxia. According to the previous rules, the final battle will be held in this arena in an hour. Heroes, please prepare well." After that, he led the 3 Nai sisters and several adjudicators out of the arena and back to the manor. Nai Qianyu also stood up and pretended to follow her father without looking at Zhong Xiaohua. Only Nai Qianxiu looked back at Zhong Xiaohua and frowned. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhong Xiaohua also jumped down from the stage. She picked up her long sword and walked to a corner of the arena. Then, she sat on the ground and closed her eyes in silence. At this moment, the arena was in chaos. There were more than 20 people who were going to participate in the final battle. Of course, they had to make preparations. However, there were even more people who were prepared to watch the final battle. These people had already noticed Zhong Xiaohua's behavior and wanted to get close to her. However, when they saw Zhong Xiaohua's unapproachable appearance, they all extinguished that thought. She was an expert who could even send young Master Long flying with a raise of her hand. Who knew if she had a strange temper? Moreover, the 3 super sects did not have any disciples that they were proud of. Perhaps Ren Baqian was one of them. Only they could cultivate such a young disciple with such high martial arts skills. Thinking about his mysterious background, some people gave up on the idea of challenging Ren Baqian. Yuan Guohu saw that Zhong Xiaohua was resting at the side and wanted to pay her a visit. However, he was stopped by Zhong Xiaohua, who whispered in his ear. Yuan Guohu's expression changed several times. He looked at Zhong Xiaohua in surprise and then looked at the guards of Rejuvenation Valley. In the end, he stopped in his tracks. An hour was neither long nor short. Seeing that no one came to disturb her, Zhong Xiaohua was naturally very happy. She had accidentally peeked at a trace of the mystery of the soaring dragon mantra in the arena and had not had the time to carefully comprehend it. Now was a good opportunity. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua stretched out her left hand and began to comprehend the soaring dragon mantra in her meridians. Young Master Long's soaring dragon mantra had only been cultivated to the 4th level. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua only understood the changes of the first 4 levels. However, this mantra was only a technique to circulate one's inner strength. Zhong Xiaohua only understood the mystery of the first 4 levels. From the 1st level to the 2nd level, to the 3rd level, to the 4th level, and even to the 8th and 9th level, there was only one basic technique, and that was how to superimpose. The difference between each level of mantra was only the control of different inner strength. As long as there was enough inner strength, more levels could be superimposed. Zhong Xiaohua's essential qi was different from the inner strength of martial arts. Once he understood this basic technique, he did not care about the levels of superimposition. With the essential qi in his meridians, he could simulate the soaring dragon mantra to the 10th level, or perhaps the 20th. However, was there any meaning to this? Just as she was thinking, she heard the sound of a gong on the arena. Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked over. On the arena, Valley Master Nai was sitting in the middle. Beside him were the 3 Nai sisters and 2 tall and strong handsome men. From the looks of it, they must be Nai Qianrong and Nai Qianxiu's husbands. The few judges were also in their positions. Elder Yu Yang was standing at a corner of the arena, striking a gong and shouting, "The 23 heroes who have obtained the final qualifications, please come up to the arena." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she frowned and thought to herself, Just now I left in a hurry and did not ask Valley Master Nai how the last round is going to be. Could it be one-on-one? Or a group fight? Zhong Xiaohua stood up and slowly walked to the side of the arena. As usual, she stabbed her long sword into the ground and jumped up the arena. She crossed her arms and stood at the side. The other 22 people also came up to the arena one after another. Looking at the number of people, Elder Yu said in a clear voice, "The last round of the Rejuvenation Valley's joust for a spouse will now begin. The rules of this round are extremely simple. The 23 people on the arena will compete with each other. The last one left will be the final winner of this round." Then, looking at the crowd, he smiled and said, "There is only one request. After all, this is a joyous occasion. It is fine as long as no lives are lost. Whether it is a knife, a sword, or a hidden weapon, all are allowed. Of course, no poison is allowed. All right, this old man has finished speaking. Is there anyone else who has any questions? After all, these rules were already known to everyone when the arena was first built. Of course, there wouldn't be any problems." Yu Yang looked at Zhong Xiaohua and saw that he was just standing there without saying anything. Yu Yang shouted, "All right, since everyone understands, we'll set the time limit as 2 hours. Let's start now." Then, the copper gong was struck again. Following the sound of the gong, more than 20 people were immediately divided into several small groups. Those who had some relationship with each other or those who had been in contact with each other after obtaining the qualifications all gathered together. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua, who was standing alone in the corner of the arena, seemed a little out of place. Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head with her hand and suddenly squatted down. Her right index finger and middle finger joined together and drew a line on the arena in front of her. A neat semicircle arc that was 3 centimeters deep into the hardwood appeared on the arena. Then, Zhong Xiaohua stood up again. She shook her head and stood there with her arms crossed. Although the arena was built with wood, in order to adapt to the martial arts of the people of Jianghu, the wood of the arena was carefully selected. It was not inferior to the hard rock. Zhong Xiaohua's move showed her powerful martial arts and the intention to shock everyone. Secondly, it showed that they could just fight, and as long as they did not step into her arc, she would not interfere. When the others saw this, they were amazed by this young man's martial arts. How could they not understand what he meant? Therefore, when the fighting started, no one went forward to look for Zhong Xiaohua. Instead, they each found a small group that did not look very strong and eliminated them first. Therefore, compared to the people who were fighting fiercely in the arena, Zhong Xiaohua was even more different. On one side of the arena, Valley Master Nai and Nai Chenyu's eyes never left Zhong Xiaohua. His every move was in their eyes. At this time, when they saw Zhong Xiaohua's very profound move, they nodded happily. This guy really likes to take advantage of others. At this point, he still wants to profit from the fight. Actually, how could the others not know what Zhong Xiaohua was thinking? It was just that he had just defeated Mr. Long easily. Now that his momentum was at its peak, the others were not willing to go against him easily. However, in the time it took to have a meal, the people on the arena gradually decreased. These small groups that were gathered together had differences in strength. Once the fight started, those who were slightly weaker were easily eliminated. At this time, there were only 3 small groups of 4 people left on the arena and Zhong Xiaohua was all alone. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua no longer held back. He put down his arm and prepared to face the enemy. Sure enough, 4 of them looked at each other and rushed towards Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua released his divine sense and watched the 4 people's movements carefully. He did not panic and waited for the 4 people to close in. He slipped and found a gap in the 4 people's encirclement. He only leaned sideways and stretched out his hand and gently tapped on one of the people's armpits. The person next to him saw Zhong Xiaohua approaching and quickly changed his move. He held his long sword horizontally and wanted to block him. Who knew that Zhong Xiaohua jumped high and stepped on the back of the long sword. With a catcher sound, the sword had already broken into 2 pieces. At the same time, before the person could react, Zhong Xiaohua's finger wind had already reached him. The 2 people next to him saw that the situation was not good and wanted to retreat. How could Zhong Xiaohua give them a chance? His figure floated in the air and appeared in front of them. He raised both his palms, and his palms contained the 2 layers of the soaring dragon heart technique. The 2 people saw that Zhong Xiaohua's palms were fast and fierce, and without thinking, they raised their palms to meet it. When the huge amount of internal energy rushed towards their arms, they realized that young Master Long had been sent flying by this person's palms. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to realize. The people on and off the stage saw Zhong Xiaohua's palms move, and the 2 people flew out of the stage and fell into the dust. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Zhong Xiaohua defeated 4 people. -3. Chapter 437. The remaining 8 people in the arena had long been divided into 2 groups. They stood to the side to watch the outcome of the fight between Zhong Xiaohua and the 4 people. When they saw that Zhong Xiaohua had easily won, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Just now, the 20+ people on the stage had been divided into several groups and fought in pairs. They had used up a lot of energy and thought before they barely managed to obtain a victory. However, it could be seen that the other party, with just 1 person, had defeated 4 people in a single move. The gap between them was quite obvious. Thus, the 4 people in the group looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They waved their long swords and attacked the other 4 people. Obviously, they planned to defeat these 4 people first and then free up their hands to deal with Zhong Xiaohua. When the 4 people saw this, they also agreed. With a loud shout, they spread out and each chose an opponent to fight. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was a little surprised. She had thought that these 8 people would join forces to deal with her, but they had actually started fighting on their own. This was really out of her expectations and looked very strange. However, doing so would only benefit her and not harm her. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua still stood to the side and watched the fight with interest. After watching for a while, Zhong Xiaohua gradually saw some clues. The 4 people who had fought first were obviously more skilled than the other 4. Moreover, these 4 people seemed to have practiced joint attacks before. Sometimes, 2 people would work together, sometimes 3 people would work together, but they were still able to handle the situation with ease. Could it be that these 4 people were sent by a certain faction? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but think. If this was the explanation, it was very reasonable. That faction had failed to kill Nai Qianyu and was unable to seize the treasure in her hands. It just so happened that Rejuvenation Valley was holding a martial arts competition to find a spouse, so they took the opportunity to send out suitable disciples. If they succeeded, not only would they achieve their previous goal, but they would also obtain Rejuvenation Valley's great foundation. What a good plan, what a good plan. Zhong Xiaohua cupped her chin in her hand and secretly praised, Valley Head Nai's scheme of building one path in the guise of building another path in the dark is really quite smelly now. That's right, Valley Head Nai loved his daughter so much that he didn't thoroughly consider the matter before hastily implementing it. If it weren't for Zhong Xiaohua's occasional appearance, this farce really might have destroyed the entire Rejuvenation Valley. While Zhong Xiaohua was thinking, the situation on the stage became clear. She saw one of the people in the ring using the long sword in his hand. He actually used the tip of the sword to hit several of his opponent's major acupoints and won. As for the other 3 people, seeing that the situation was over, they had no choice but to abandon their swords and admit defeat, jumping off the stage. After that, the 4 of them rested for a while before they picked up their swords and surrounded Zhong Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua also walked out of the semicircle that she had just drawn and slowly walked to the center of the stage. Her expression was still indifferent. The 4 of them stared fiercely at Zhong Xiaohua. When they saw an opportunity, they brandished their swords at the same time and swarmed forward. Zhong Xiaohua did not have a long sword in her hand, and it was not convenient for her to take out a short sword. Thus, she could only face the enemies with her bare hands. The 4 people's joint attack technique was also very good. In a short period of time, Zhong Xiaohua was unable to find any obvious flaws. She could only use the Fist of the North Star to face the enemies while using the ethereal steps to dodge. The 5 of them fought in a dazzling manner on the stage. Under the joint attack of the 4 people, Zhong Xiaohua was twisting and turning, displaying the excellence of her light body technique. However, when Zhong Xiaohua saw an opening, she punched out. It was precisely the face of one of the four people. That person had already brandished his sword and it was already too late for him to save her. However, that person was not nervous and only took a few steps back. The other three people immediately followed up and stabbed their swords at Zhong Xiaohua's vital points. This forced Zhong Xiaohua to have no choice but to defend or dodge. There were even a few times when Zhong Xiaohua had clearly used her light body technique to escape from the encirclement of the four people. However, she did not know how the four of them changed. Two of them rolled a few times and immediately trapped Zhong Xiaohua in the middle of the four people. This disrupted Zhong Xiaohua's plan of defeating them individually. This kind of formidable joint attack technique seemed to be different from the method used to deal with the other four people. Zhong Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but shiver, immediately retracting her previous underestimation. Releasing her divine sense, Zhong Xiaohua continued to fight while carefully observing the changes in the four people's footwork and joint attack technique. As time passed, Zhong Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. These four people's coordination and the changes in their positions seemed very familiar. Thinking carefully, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. How was this a joint attack technique? This was obviously a basic immortal formation, the Da Yang 5 Elements formation. The Da Yang 5 Elements formation was formed by 5 talismans. Each talisman could cooperate with each other to produce endless changes, trapping the things in the formation. These four people had just replaced the talismans with people. The changes of the four people's coordination were basically the changes of the Da Yang 5 Elements formation. However, for some reason, there were only 4 people here, and not the 5 people required by the Da Yang 5 Elements formation. The 3 Talents formation and the Da Yang 5 Elements formation were the foundation of the Immortal formation. It was also recorded in Fire Dragon Immortal's Jade Slip. Zhong Xiaohua had already studied it thoroughly when she was on the deserted island. Now, after comprehending the rabbit talisman in her Mudpill Palace, Zhong Xiaohua had a considerable understanding of the Immortal formation. Previously, she didn't see through it because she was bound and didn't know how to break it. Now that she understood it, and this Da Yang 5 Elements formation was only an incomplete one, of course, it wouldn't be difficult for Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and saw a flaw in the formation. With a flash, he appeared between two of them. The two of them did not panic and only separated slightly, dodging the space. The other two's long swords also stabbed at him at the same time. Zhong Xiaohua leaped up again and dodged the long swords. Then, while he was in midair, he did not use any force to move his body to the side. After that, he did not do anything and his body rapidly fell. At this time, the 4 of them moved their feet and the place where Zhong Xiaohua landed happened to be empty. When Zhong Xiaohua landed, the 5 of them formed a circle. It was a complete 5 elements great formation. The 2 men beside Zhong Xiaohua were shocked when they saw Zhong Xiaohua land on the ground. They quickly moved and wanted to change the formation. However, Zhong Xiaohua stood still and blocked the position of one of the men. That man had no choice but to stab with his sword. However, the sword didn't pierce into the formation and didn't cause any changes in the formation. Therefore, although the other 3 men were in their respective positions, they couldn't attack according to the changes in the formation. This created a situation where one of them stood alone against Zhong Xiaohua. Seeing that her strategy was effective, Zhong Xiaohua laughed loudly. She raised her sword and stretched out her left hand at lightning speed. Her thumb and index finger pinched the tip of the sword. Then, she turned sideways and pointed her right hand at the man's major acupoint on his chest. Before Zhong Xiaohua's finger reached him, the 3 men beside her couldn't stand it anymore. Their bodies swayed and they stabbed with their swords. This stab wasn't a big deal, but the whole broken 5 elements great formation was immediately deformed. Without the protection of the 5 elements great formation, the 4 men were not much different from the 4 men who had just pounced on Zhong Xiaohua. They saw that Zhong Xiaohua had abandoned the man just now and waved her palm at the 2 men who were pouncing at the furthest. The 2 men didn't expect that Zhong Xiaohua would attack them first, so they quickly changed the direction of their swords and pointed at Zhong Xiaohua's wrist. Zhong Xiaohua exerted force on her feet and her figure flashed to the front of the two men. Her two hands grabbed the air and it was precisely the two men's wrists. The two men couldn't dodge in time and were caught by Zhong Xiaohua. Immediately, their whole body went numb and their swords fell on the ring with a clang. Zhong Xiaohua didn't show any mercy. With a little force of her arms, the two men were thrown out of the ring like they were riding on clouds until they were caught by the people below the ring. Their whole body could still move slightly. When the other two men saw that their companion was thrown out of the ring, they didn't say much. At the same time, they took out hidden weapons from their arms and waved their hands to shoot at Zhong Xiaohua's face. Zhong Xiaohua let out a cold snort from her nose. She lowered her body and dodged it. Then, she went straight to attack the two men. However, she had just taken a few steps when her divine sense saw that the hidden weapon that had just been shot turned around in the air and shot directly at the back of her neck. It turned out to be a hidden weapon that was relatively rare in Jianghu. Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She ignored it and continued to wave her fists to attack the two men. When the two men saw this, they laughed in their hearts. This young man is indeed inexperienced. Therefore, they pulled themselves together and went up to meet her. They only wanted to delay for a moment and wait for the hidden weapon to shoot back. When Zhong Xiaohua came close, the hidden weapon was also close to the back of her neck. They saw that Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have eyes at the back of her head. She suddenly shrunk her neck and lowered her body. That hidden weapon actually brushed past her head and hit empty air. As for the opponent in front of Zhong Xiaohua, he was complacently waiting to see the appearance of Zhong Xiaohua being hit by the hidden weapon. However, he was caught off guard by the hidden weapon that Zhong Xiaohua had dodged and was shot directly in the face. Seeing that the hidden weapon was about to reach his body, there was no time to dodge. That person's eyes immediately flashed with fear. He opened his mouth and was about to shout. Unfortunately, that hidden weapon had already hit his face. In an instant, purplish-black blood flowed out from the injured face. On that person's face, there was a drop of black at first. Very quickly, it spread like a dark cloud and covered his entire face. Then, that black line was like a poisonous snake baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading towards his neck. This hidden weapon was actually dipped in a strong poison. Seeing this situation, Zhong Xiaohua was enraged. These two people really wanted to kill her. They knew that the arena did not allow the use of poison, but at the last moment, they used such a vicious hidden weapon. This was intolerable. As for Zhong Xiaohua's last opponent, because he was standing a little further away, when the hidden weapon came flying back, he had enough time to dodge. That poisonous hidden weapon brushed past his head and flew out of the arena. But just as he was rejoicing in his heart, he saw Zhong Xiaohua's figure flashed and like a ghost, she suddenly appeared in front of him. She grabbed onto the acupuncture point on his chest, not giving him any room to dodge. Zhong Xiaohua, who had grabbed onto her opponent, did not stop at all. With a flick of her hand, that person quickly chased after the hidden weapon that had just been shot out of the arena. In an instant, he had already overtaken it and landed on the ground. That position was exactly where the hidden weapon had been shot out from. With a soft pu sound, the poisonous hidden weapon had shot right into that person's neck. In an instant, purplish-black blood flowed out and that person fell onto the ground with a pu tong, unable to move anymore. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. -3. Chapter 438. The arena had been set up for more than 2 months. During this period, there had been bloodshed. However, the rules of the arena had already stated that if anyone lost their life, they would be disqualified immediately. Moreover, those who had come to the arena for a spouse were all here for a joyous occasion. Who would want to risk their lives for no reason? Therefore, in these 60 days, no one had lost their life. However, at the last moment, not only did 2 people lose their lives, but the most hated hidden weapon had also appeared. Immediately, the entire arena was in an uproar. All the adjudicators in the ring stood up in unison, while the crowd below the ring began to clamor loudly. Some of the adjudicators in the corner even drew their weapons, and some of them were ready to fight. Valley Master Nye was a man of character. He immediately stood up and waved his hand towards the manor. A bugle horn sounded from the manor and a group of people rushed out from the main gate. The people on the horses were all dressed in martial attire and held long swords and other weapons in their hands. Behind the horses were many guards in martial attire. At the same time, from the other two corners of the square, two groups of people also rushed out. The people on the horses were all dressed in iron armor and held long spears in their hands. The people below the horses were all armed with bows and arrows. They were actually soldiers from the government. These three groups of people moved quickly. Before the crowd could react, they had already surrounded the entire square. The soldiers with bows and arrows stood up straight in front. Their left hand held the bow and their right hand narked an arrow. They pulled the bowstring back. The others drew their weapons and stood behind the soldiers, quietly waiting for the next order. Seeing this, the crowd in the square changed color. Although they were all people of the Jianghu and thought that they did not put the government's soldiers in their eyes, they did not care about 1 against 2 or 1 against 5. However, now they had to face an organized and disciplined army. This was not something they could fight head-on. Moreover, this group of soldiers looked like the famous archers of Sorrow City. Under their arrow rain, even if one's lightness skill was superb, it was inevitable that one would be injured. In an instant, some people who were ready to take advantage of the situation immediately quieted down and quietly put their swords back into their sheaths. At this time, Valley Master Nye came out from the crowd and stood at the edge of the arena. He smiled and shouted, "Heroes of the Jianghu, do not panic. These brothers are just a group of archers that I borrowed from Sorrow City's Lord Chen. Their purpose is to maintain the peace of the arena. They will not harm anyone. Everyone, stay where you are and do not panic." The first person below the stage immediately shouted, "Valley Master Nye, we have heard of your reputation and have come here to compete. You are treating us like this, and you are even borrowing the power of the government. Isn't this too dishonest?" Valley Master Nye smiled and said, "Brother, you misunderstand. My Rejuvenation Valley has always treated guests with courtesy. However, there are too many heroes here. To put it bluntly, it is inevitable that there are good and bad people mixed together. My Rejuvenation Valley's strength is limited and it is difficult to guarantee everyone's safety. That is why I had to ask the local officials for help. Of course, everyone can rest assured that those who sincerely came to the competition are all friends of my Rejuvenation Valley. My Rejuvenation Valley will guarantee the safety of our friends. Otherwise, think about it. Even if I have any disloyalty, will Rejuvenation Valley still have a foothold in the Jianghu?" That person laughed and said, "That is how it should be." I understand Valley Master Nye's explanation. I will sit here. You handle these miscellaneous matters. I am still waiting to drink a cup of your wedding wine. Zhong Xiaohua, who was standing on the arena, revealed a trace of a smile. This Valley Master Nye was indeed Nye Chenyu's father. Even the arrangement of the shills was so professional. When the others heard these words, their minds were set. That's right. We only came to the competition for a spouse. Since we were not chosen, we will just wait to drink the wedding wine. Anyway, this Nye family's third miss doesn't look like a peerless beauty. Moreover, she wants to marry into the family. Forget it, forget it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Let's sit down. Thus, many people sat down quietly. When the people in the corner saw this, they also shrunk their tails and no longer made a sound. Seeing that the situation in the arena was easily under his control, Valley Master Nye walked to the front of the corpse of the person who had just been shot to death by the hidden weapon. He frowned and looked at it. Then, he said, "Everyone, this person on the arena, who knows which side this hero belongs to?" Below the arena, everyone looked at each other and didn't answer. Valley Master Nye shouted at the place where there was some commotion just now, "Does no one really know?" Still, no one answered. Valley Master Nye laughed in his heart, as expected by little Yu. Then, he pointed to the corpse on the ground and shouted, "What about the person on the ground?" Is it because no one recognizes him? Sure enough, no one answered. Valley Master Nai frowned and said, what should we do? Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said to the two people who had just been knocked off the arena by Zhong Xiaohua, these two heroes, the two of them went up the arena with you. Moreover, you seem to be very familiar with each other. You even practiced a combination attack. Could it be that you don't recognize it? The person who had just been knocked off the arena looked at the people around him. Then, he stepped out of the crowd and cupped his hands. Valley Master Nai, I am Jin Tong of the Money Faction. I was qualified more than a month ago. Then, he pointed to the person next to him and said, this is my sworn brother, Dao Guan. He was also qualified after me. After the two of us were qualified, these two people on the arena found us and said that they wanted to team up with us for the final competition. After everyone else was kicked off the arena, the four of us would use our own skills to determine the final champion. The two of us didn't want to agree, but these two people took out a combination attack that could be used by four people. When we saw it, we deeply felt the power of it. If the two of us didn't participate and he found another two people, we definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Therefore, we could only cooperate. Valley Master Nai, the two of us only saw them when we were practicing together. Usually, we don't know where they went. Even when we asked, they kept quiet. Therefore, until now, we only know that one of them is called Zhong San and the other is called Li Sai. So it's like this. Valley Master Nai cupped his hands and said, many thanks to Nephew Jin of the Money Faction. Please forgive the misunderstanding just now. However, since Nephew Jin already knew that there was something wrong with these two people, he should have informed Rejuvenation Valley earlier. Don't you think so? Jin Tong's face was full of shame as he said, Valley Master Nai's words are very reasonable. This little nephew only admires Miss Nai wholeheartedly and is afraid of losing this precious qualification. Therefore, I was momentarily blinded by greed. I am truly ashamed to face Rejuvenation Valley. Then, he looked around at the crowd and bowed deeply towards the stage. He said in a clear voice, Valley Master Nai, this little nephew was momentarily ignorant and caused the current situation. I am deeply uneasy. Fortunately, there was this Ren Xiaoxia who turned the tide and stopped the scoundrel's scheme. Otherwise, this one would feel guilty for the rest of his life. This one originally wanted to stay and celebrate with Valley Master Nai, but I truly feel guilty in my heart. This little nephew will leave first and return to report to my father. I will explain all the mistakes here one by one. When there is an opportunity, I will ask my father to personally bring this one to apologize to Valley Master Nai. Heh, you feel guilty in your heart. It can't be that you have a guilty conscience, right? Zhong Xiaohua only sneered in her heart. Valley Master Nai smiled and said, Nephew Jin doesn't need to feel guilty. Which young person doesn't make mistakes? You should stay and drink a cup of wedding wine. Everything is fine. Jin Tong refused to comply no matter what. Valley Master Nai could only nod towards the surrounding soldiers. The surrounding soldiers opened up a small gap and were still on guard. Jin Tong and the others cupped their hands in salute to Valley Master Nai and led the dozen or so people away. Nai Qianrong was a little puzzled. She whispered to Nai Qianyu, little sister, you let them go just like that. They may be the bad guys who tried to kill you. Nai Qianyu reached out and held her elder sister's hand. She smiled slightly and didn't say much. Valley Master Nai quietly looked at the side of the arena. If there was no one looking at him, immediately, there was someone who quietly used his lightness skill and returned to the villa. Valley Master Nai then looked at the area below the arena where there had been some commotion just now. Valley Master Nai said, Brothers of the Jianghu, the Rejuvenation Valley's martial arts competition for a spouse has been held here for more than 2 months. We are indebted to everyone for your support. Although there were some mistakes just now, old man, you had already explained the rules of the arena before the final competition. I believe that everyone already knew that the martial arts competition for a spouse is a joyous occasion and is strictly prohibited from using poison. However, the two people just now actually disregarded the rules of my Rejuvenation Valley and angered the crowd. Everyone, think about it, if you were to be poisoned on this arena, How would my rejuvenation valley explain it to your parents and factions? Fortunately, this Ren Xiaoxia's martial arts had been exhausted and let these two reap what they sowed. Therefore, I declare that the final result of the competition is valid. The final winner is this Ren Xiaoyaro and Ren Xiaoxia. Valley Master Nai's last sentence was very popular. Yes, in this arena, if I were to be poisoned, my life would have ended here. I didn't even touch the beautiful lady's hand and I would have died in vain. These two people are really hateful. It's good that they died, it's wonderful that they died. Therefore, the emotions of the crowd were stirred up and they shouted loudly, "Good, well said. Ren Xiaoxia's martial arts are superior and he should have one." Valley Master Nai was delighted when he heard this. Even Nai Qianyu behind him was so embarrassed that her face turned red. Although she knew that this was fake, she still felt embarrassed. She gently pulled her elder sister and quietly slipped away from the back of the arena. Nai Qianxiu glanced at her husband. Both of their eyes were gloomy. Sighing, Nai Qianxiu also followed the two of them back to the villa. Valley Master Nai waited for the crowd to finish speaking before he waved his hands and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. Rejuvenation Valley has already prepared a banquet and was only waiting for the winner to be decided. Once the winner was decided, he would have to bow to heaven and earth and marry my daughter." However, because these two scoundrels used poison, Ren Xiaoxia had no choice but to protect himself and hurt the two people. Blood has already been spilled today and it is very inauspicious. The wedding can only be postponed. However, this banquet is already prepared. Come, everyone, Rejuvenation Valley has prepared good wine and delicious food. Let's get drunk today. -3. Chapter 439. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she laughed inwardly. That's right. I was just thinking about how to decline, but these two people found the most wonderful excuse for themselves. The people below the arena didn't care whether they were going through the ceremony or not. They weren't the ones doing the ceremony. Wasn't this one of the 4 great sorrows of life, others on the wedding night? Therefore, they all called out, "All right, Valley Master Nai. We'll definitely disturb your Rejuvenation Valley tonight. Make sure to provide us with enough 100 flowers wine. We won't rest until we're drunk." When Valley Master Nai heard this, he cupped his hands and agreed. At this time, the two handsome men who had been sitting next to Nai Qianyu and the others stepped forward and bowed to Zhong Xiaohua. As expected, they were the two burdens, Qiong Sheng and Yu Zhonglin. Yu Zhonglin smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoxia, oh, I should call you little brother-in-law. I am Yu Zhonglin of the Deer Cry sect. My wife is Nai Qianrong, little Yu's elder sister." He then pointed at Qiong Sheng and said, "This is your second brother-in-law, Qiong Sheng of the Whale Gang." Zhong Xiaohua rubbed herself and said with a wry smile, "Are the two of you starting to claim kinship now?" Yu Zhonglin said, "Of course. No matter what, since you've won the arena, you're our little brother-in-law. As for what happens in the future, we'll talk about it later." Hearing Yu Zhonglin's words, Zhong Xiaohua could only helplessly shrug and say, "Do whatever you want. However, I won't call you anything." Qiong Sheng nodded and said, "Let's not talk so much. Ren Xiaoxia, let's go to the manor first." Zhong Xiaohua agreed, "That's exactly what I wanted." She then jumped down from the arena and walked towards the sword. Yu Zhonglin smiled and said, "You're too polite. Little brother-in-law, I'll just have my subordinates help you." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Sure enough, a man came out from beside the sword and reached out to pull the sword from the ground. Unfortunately, he first used one hand, then 2 hands, but the sword didn't even budge. The man's face was flushed red, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Zhong Xiaohua walked up to him and pulled out her sword. She smiled and said, "My sword recognizes people. No one else is allowed to pull it out." The man rubbed his hands and chuckled. His eyes were filled with admiration. When Yu Zhonglin and Qiong Sheng walked over, just as the 3 of them were about to enter the manor, someone called out from behind, "Ren Xiaoxia, please wait a moment." Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and looked back. It was a young man she didn't know. The young man approached and said awkwardly, Ren Xiaoxia, there's something I need your help with. Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, what is it? Do you really need my help? The young man cupped his hands and said, just now on the arena, didn't two of my martial brothers have their acupoints sealed by Hero Ren? You've been competing with others on the arena. My martial brothers tried to unseal their acupoints but failed. They know you're busy and have already sent people to the arena to ask Senior Yu for help. However, I thought, whoever started the trouble should end it. So, I boldly came here to ask Ren Xiaoxia to unseal my martial brother's acupoints. Ayo. Zhong Xiaohua slapped his forehead. That's right, he had just casually sealed the two's acupuncture points. He really forgot about it. He quickly said, sorry, it was this one's negligence. What I used just now was. Sigh, this one will help your junior brother release his acupuncture points. Of course, her enchanting finger was based on immortal Zhenqi. It couldn't be unsealed by martial arts' internal energy. If she didn't do it, wouldn't their acupoints never be unsealed? If too much time passed, their internal energy would be obstructed and their cultivation would be affected. That young man was overjoyed and said, please, Ren Xiaoxia, come with me. Qiong Sheng was a little unhappy and said, brother, didn't you just say that you've already asked Senior Yu? He's an acupoint sealing expert. Since he's already gone, is there still a need for Ren Xiaoxia to go? Besides, isn't it inappropriate for Ren Xiaoxia to go now? That young man was a little hesitant. What Qiong Sheng said was reasonable. Since his martial brothers had already asked Senior Yu, if he asked Zhong Xiaohua to go, wouldn't it mean that he didn't trust Senior Yu? Didn't believe that Senior Yu could unseal their acupoints? What if Senior Yu misunderstood and left in a huff? The more he thought about it, the more the young man felt that his action was superfluous, or even superfluous. Zhong Xiaohua was just about to speak when Yu Zhonglin smiled and said, second brother-in-law, your words are inappropriate. This young man's thoughts are meticulous and thorough. He's very good. Besides, my father has always supported the younger generation. He won't be angry because of such a small misunderstanding. Little brother, you don't have to take it to heart. When the young man heard this, his expression eased a little. Zhong Xiaohua then knew that this Senior Yu was Valley Master Nai's relative by marriage. Otherwise, why would he replace Valley Master Nai to host the arena? Yu Zhonglin smiled and said to Zhong Xiaohua, little brother-in-law, my father has already gone. Do you want to go? Or do you want to go back directly to the village? Zhong Xiaohua said without hesitation, brother Yu, this matter is still because of me. Even if Senior Yu has already gone, I should go and apologize to him. It's not my fault that I sealed his acupoints on the arena, but I didn't think of unsealing his acupoints. It's my fault. Yu Zhonglin gave a thumbs up and said, little brother-in-law is indeed talented. With such breadth of mind, you're a good match for little Yu. Zhong Xiaohua cursed in her heart, big brother-in-law, can't you stop calling me little brother-in-law? If there weren't people here, I wouldn't have given you any face. Ayo, how can I call him big brother-in-law? Didn't I just recognize him first? Pei. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but spit. When Yu Zhonglin saw this, he smiled again and said, little brother-in-law's posture is good. It's exactly the same as little Yu's. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless and looked at the young man. The young man knew that Zhong Xiaohua was going and it was too late to stop her. He could only smile bitterly and said, then I'll have to ask Ren Xiaoxia to come down with me. He prayed in his heart, but I hope Senior Yu won't mind. Zhong Xiaohua had a good impression of Yu Zhonglin. She didn't want her father to lose face and urged the young man to hurry up. Unfortunately, the young man didn't know Zhong Xiaohua's thoughts and just walked slowly. He wanted Senior Yu to arrive earlier so that when he returned, it would be best if Senior Yu's acupoints were already unsealed and Senior Yu had already left. But the space in front of the manor was only so big. How much time could he waste? On the other side, Senior Yu also seemed to be delayed by something. When Zhong Xiaohua arrived, Senior Yu had just arrived. Seeing a group of people anxiously surrounding the two young men lying quietly on the ground, Senior Yu was about to step forward to unseal their acupoints. Zhong Xiaohua quickly shouted, Senior Yu. When Senior Yu heard the call, he looked up and said with a smile, so it's the bridegroom. He, you don't have to call me Senior Yu in the future. Just call me uncle. When the young man who led Zhong Xiaohua here saw that Senior Yu didn't mind, he felt relieved. However, Zhong Xiaohua felt awkward. If Senior Yu was a senior, calling him uncle was nothing. But looking at the smile in Senior Yu's eyes and Yu Zhonglin's little brother-in-law, Zhong Xiaohua really didn't have the mood to call him that. Senior Yu seemed to know something. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua didn't answer, he smiled and said, this child is really thin-skinned. It's fine if you don't call me that. Wait a few days until you get used to it. However, in this Jianghu, it's still good to be thick-skinned. You have to pay more attention in the future. Seeing Senior Yu's earnest teaching, Zhong Xiaohua could only cup her hands and say, thank you Senior Yu for your teachings. The people on the side all laughed. This young man is really shy. Even the word senior is omitted, but she still doesn't call him uncle. Zhong Xiaohua ignored the crowd and said, these two brothers' acupoints were sealed by me on the stage. But just now, I was careless and forgot. I apologize to everyone first. After speaking, she bowed deeply to the people next to her. The two martial brothers also hurriedly returned the bow and said, it's fine. I know the bridegroom is busy. Zhong Xiaohua then said to Senior Yu, please stand to the side. These things were all caused by this junior. It's better to let this junior do it. Senior Yu smiled and said, it's fine. I'm already here. How about this? I'll also do my part. Consider it a meeting gift for you. In a while, don't make me take out anything. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. I didn't ask you for a meeting gift. Why is this Senior Yu even stingier than me? Seeing this, Senior Yu pointed to the person next to him and said, I'll solve this one. You go and solve the other one. Zhong Xiaohua was very anxious and said, Senior Yu, let me solve it. As she spoke, she was about to go up. Senior Yu laughed and said, you silly boy, you really think I didn't prepare a meeting gift for you? Don't worry, good nephew. When we return to the villa, I'll definitely make you satisfied. As he spoke, he put his finger on the wrist of the person on the ground to check the meridians. Zhong Xiaohua rolled her eyes. Well, I'm really greedy for your meeting gift. You can slowly solve it. Thinking about this, she walked to the side of the other person. This acupoint was sealed by herself. Of course, she knew where it was. She didn't need to use Jinqi to check it. She just followed the enchanting finger. With a few pokes, the Jinqi penetrated into the meridians and immediately unsealed the acupoint. That person opened his eyes, looked around, stood up, cupped his hands and said, Ren Xiaoxia's martial arts are excellent. I admire you. Zhong Xiaohua also apologized again and again. At this time, she looked at Senior Yu again. He had already checked the few acupoints that were sealed and used several common unsealing techniques, but none of them worked. Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua had already unsealed the other person's acupoints, he couldn't help but feel anxious. The people of Jianghu paid attention to face. Just now, he came over to unseal the other person's acupoints because he gave face to Valley Head Nai and stood up for Zhong Xiaohua. However, if he couldn't unseal the acupoints, then he would lose face. Losing face wasn't a big deal. The people of Jianghu said that one day, a young man sealed an acupoint. Senior Yu Yang didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to unseal the acupoints. Unfortunately, his martial arts weren't good enough and he couldn't unseal it. At this time, Senior Yu finally understood why the other person kept stopping him from unsealing the acupoints. Alas, it was too late to regret. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian. -3. Chapter 440. Zhong Xiaohua had expected that Elder Yu couldn't unseal his acupoints. At this time, seeing the panic in Elder Yu's eyes, Zhong Xiaohua also felt very apologetic. Zhong Xiaohua walked over and said with a smile, Elder Yu, are you still worried about your greeting gift? Don't worry, no matter what kind of greeting gift you give me, I will like it. Then, he said to the people next to him. Don't you think so? The people next to him also smiled and said, it should be like this. We don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. No matter what it is, we should accept it. At this time, taking advantage of everyone's laughter, Zhong Xiaohua's foot lightly tapped the shoulder of the person on the ground, and a strand of true qi entered his meridians. At this time, everyone was smiling and nodding. How could they notice Zhong Xiaohua's small movements? However, Elder Yu was squatting down to look at Zhong Xiaohua. He just happened to see the movement of Zhong Xiaohua's foot from the corner of his eye. His heart moved, and he also smiled. This child, how could I care about a greeting gift? I just wanted to see how your acupoint sealing technique is, so I delayed it. Watch me. After speaking, he immediately changed to a rarely seen acupoint sealing technique. Only this time, he didn't put any internal energy into the meridians. Sure enough, as Elder Yu's finger left, the person on the ground also opened his eyes. He looked left and right, and then stood up. Zhong Xiaohua naturally went forward to apologize. Zhong Xiaohua's repeated apologies really caused the people around to have a good impression of her. They all said, Ren Xiaoxia is really broad-minded. For a small matter of delaying the unsealing of acupoints, he repeatedly apologized. I don't know what good karma this Valley Master Nai accumulated in his previous life to actually pick such a good son-in-law. Fine tilde Zhong Xiaohua secretly said, his spoiled. Elder Yu said from the side, everyone, Valley Master Nai has already prepared food and wine in the villa. Everyone, quickly pack up and go to the villa to taste the famous 100-flower wine. I will go with the groom first. With that said, Elder Yu and Zhong Xiaohua cupped their fists and left, followed by Yu Zhonglin and Qiong Sheng. Elder Yu and Zhong Xiaohua's group of 4 entered the villa. At this time, the sun was already setting in the west, and the sky was about to darken. Elder Yu said to Yu Zhonglin and Qiong Sheng, you two go to the front hall. There are many guests today, don't make any mistakes. It's been hard on you for the past 2 months. After tonight, it will be over. The two received their orders and left. Elder Yu smiled and said, Bridegroom, let's go. Your father-in-law is waiting for you in front. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua frown, Elder Yu's smile deepened. After walking for a while, seeing that there was no one around, Elder Yu whispered, Nephew, there's no one here, so I won't call you bridegroom. Hehe, can you, after hesitating for a moment, he said, can you tell me what technique you used to seal my acupoints? Yu Yang and Yu Zhonglin belonged to a sect called Deer Cry sect. Everyone had a strange antle-like weapon, which was used to seal more than 300 acupoints on a person's body. Therefore, Yu Yang was very proficient in the study of meridians and acupoints. Sealing acupoints and unsealing acupoints were also very famous in Jianghu. This was also the main reason why he was invited over. But just now, the acupoints that Zhong Xiaohua sealed were very ordinary. There was nothing special about it compared to others. But Yu Yang just couldn't unseal it. If it weren't for Zhong Xiaohua's timely and covert action, he would have fallen today. Elder Yu had studied acupoints all his life. Now that he saw an acupoint sealing technique that he couldn't unseal, how could he hold back? Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, this enchanting finger is the secret technique of the Righteous Alliance. If I say the name, Elder Yu will definitely know the origin of the technique. But if I don't say it, or make up a name, it will be disrespectful to Elder Yu. Alas, why did Elder Yu ask this kind of question? Seeing that Zhong Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant, Elder Yu was also embarrassed. That's right, each sect had their own secret techniques, which were never divulged to outsiders. Although his question didn't involve any secrets, it was still suspicious of probing into other people's secrets. But if he didn't get to the bottom of it, how could he be at ease? Elder Yu could only laugh at himself and said, Nephew, please don't blame me. This old man has been immersed in the meridians and acupoints all my life. Seeing nephew's technique, my heart itched and I couldn't control myself. You just need to tell me the name of the technique. Zhong Xiaohua laughed inwardly, this technique is only a martial arts technique. I only took it as a reference. Now that I've learned it, it's useless for me. Even if I give it to you, it's not impossible. But even if I give it to you, Do you dare to take it? After thinking for a moment, Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Yu, I still can't tell you this technique. But have you heard of the Righteous Alliance's enchanting finger? Enchanting finger? Elder Yu was very confused. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he still couldn't remember. But he still smiled and said, I've heard of it. It seems to be one of the Righteous Alliance's secret techniques. Ian, it's good that you know. My technique is quite similar to the Righteous Alliance's enchanting finger. Oh, then this old man understands. Elder Yu's face had a look of sudden realization, but he muttered in his heart, when did the Righteous Alliance have this kind of technique? I've heard of the heaven and earth palm. Later, I'll have to find someone to inquire about what this enchanting finger is. Elder Yu lowered his head and pondered about which channel to use to inquire about the enchanting finger. Following his guidance, they turned a few hills and came face to face with a fiery red peach forest. Elder Yu raised his head and pointed at the peach forest, saying with a smile, Little Yu has liked peach blossoms since she was young. These peach trees were all personally planted by Little Yu. Looking at this large peach forest, Zhong Xiaohua came to a realization. No wonder little fish Nai insisted on going in to admire the peach forest when she saw it. She even wanted to compete in drinking. So it's like this at home. TSK, this rich family is really different. A girl's hobby is enough to open up such a large piece of land for her to plant peach blossoms. If I plant peach trees all over the southern slope of the Guozhuang house, it would be strange if Daddy didn't spank my butt to pieces. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua frowned and said, Elder Yu, there are several hundred peach trees in this peach forest. Could it be that they were all personally planted by little Miss Nai? Is it an image project that her family planted on her behalf? Elder Yu shook his head and said, Virtuous nephew still doesn't understand little Yu. With her extremely stubborn personality, how could she do this kind of face-saving work? Speaking of which, it's quite pitiful. Little Yu's mother's name had the word peach in it, and she also liked peach blossoms very much. Before little Yu's mother died, she accompanied little Yu to plant a peach tree, saying that it was her substitute. If little Yu had any worries, she could talk to the peach tree. This was originally a way to comfort a child. However, later on, little Yu missed her mother very much and was afraid that her mother would be as lonely as she was, so she planted other peach trees next to that peach tree. In order to show her respect for her mother, little Yu forbade others from helping her. Every tree was planted by her own hands and had to be planted every year. After so many years, it became a peach forest. What a cute and strong child, Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile. That's right. That's why, when you have the opportunity, you have to properly cherish it. Elder Yu also sighed. Zhong Xiaohua rubbed his nose and didn't say anything else. After turning around the peach forest, there was an exquisite pavilion and small courtyard. The plaque in front of the courtyard had 3 very delicate and beautiful words written on it, Peach Blossom Nunnery. The handwriting was very familiar. It was written by Nai Qianyu herself. Zhong Xiaohua frowned and said, Where is this? Elder Yu said with a smile, This is little Yu's embroidery house. Oh, Zhong Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, The word nunnery seems to be used incorrectly. How can a girl's embroidery house use this word? Elder Yu also shook his head. I heard from her eldest sister that little Yu liked the poem Peach Blossom Immortal in the Peach Blossom Nunnery very much, so she changed the name of her residence to this. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, This little fish Nai actually thinks of herself as the Peach Blossom Immortal. How interesting. He had been calling Nai Qianyu Miss Nai since he entered the manor, but now he was laughing, he had forgotten. Hearing little fish Nai's words, Elder Yu was delighted. At this moment, a clear and crisp sound rang out from inside. Big Brother Ren, why are you laughing? A girl in a light yellow dress turned around the courtyard door lightly and asked with a smile. It was Nai Qianyu, who had changed into new clothes. Nai Qianyu had a delicate face and a short figure, just like a 12 or 13-year-old. At this moment, she was wearing a light yellow dress and her hair was combed into a high ponytail. Under the dim sky, she looked like a dream from a nameless fairy a few years ago. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned at that moment and stared at Nai Qianyu. Nai Qianyu was originally shy. Although Zhong Xiaohua had made it clear before going to the arena that he was just helping Nai Qianyu block the front and didn't have any other thoughts, he was now Nai Qianyu's fiancé after all. How could Nai Qianyu not be shy? Not to mention that Zhong Xiaohua was facing her directly like a pig. Nai Qianyu's face was as beautiful as the peach blossoms in the peach forest. With the light yellow color, she was really a peach blossom immortal. Nai Qianyu's voice was as low as a mosquito's. Big Brother Ren, Big Brother Ren. Zhong Xiaohua came to his senses from the shock. He wiped away the saliva that he didn't know was flowing out, rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, "Miss Nai, I really can't see." "See what?" But he couldn't think of the following words anymore. If he said "I really can't see your beauty," Zhong Xiaohua wouldn't care about Nai Qianyu's spitting if Elder Yularo wasn't here. If Elder Yularo was here, he would be abnormally frivolous. Nai Qianyu seemed to understand Zhong Xiaohua's meaning. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Big Brother Ren, you must be joking. I just like that line very much. I don't dare to call myself a peach blossom immortal." Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Miss Nai, you are dignified and intelligent. If you call yourself a peach blossom immortal, I would raise my hands and feet to agree." As expected, Nai Qianyu spat softly, "Bah," and said, "Loquacious." Then she said to Elder Yulao, who was standing a little further away and looking at the peach blossoms in the distance, "Uncle Yulao, father is waiting in the hall. Please bring Big Brother Ren and follow me." Elder Yulao acted as if he had just woken up from a dream and said, "Little Yu, your peach tree is excellent. It's just that the pair of magpies on the tree are always noisy. They have to be disciplined." Nai Qianyu and Zhong Xiaohua both blushed. -3. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.